These are the stories from people who went off-grid and never saw the wilderness the same way again. Cabins deep in the forest. Trails that vanish after sunset. Radios whispering from unplugged walls. Every account you're about to hear was told by someone who lived through a night they can't explain. This isn't about camping gone wrong. It's about the line between alone and not alone. So lock the door, dim the lantern, and settle in. This is true remote cabin, off-grid survival nightmares. My name is Ian Mercer, and I work as a licensed backcountry guide in Alaska. Most of my year is spent leading snow machine tours, assisting hunting parties, or surveying trail conditions for the Forest Service. Winter is when I disappear into the interior for solitude, sometimes to scout future routes, sometimes just to listen to the quiet. This January, I rented a small cabin 9 miles off the Denali Highway for a week alone. It was supposed to be uneventful. It wasn't. The cabin belonged to an old bush pilot named Raymond Baird. Locals called it the Mile Marker 9 Shack, even though the nearest marker had long been buried under drifts. He warned me when I booked it, you'll lose signal past the bend. Don't try to drive in. Park at the pullout and snowshoe the rest. That suited me fine. The point was to be unreachable. By the time I arrived, the sun was already low. In Alaska's midwinter, daylight feels like a rumor, just a few hours of dim amber before night clamps down again. I parked my truck, slung my pack, and followed the narrow trail through frozen spruce. The snow was powdery but clean, unbroken except for a faint animal path. It took about an hour to reach the clearing. The cabin was small, weathered, and slanted slightly to one side. There was a metal chimney poking through the roof and a single-pane window facing the tree line. I shoveled a path to the door, unlocked it, and stepped into still air that smelled of ash and pine. Inside was a cot, stove, stack of split logs, and a table with a lantern. Simple, solid, enough. I made a fire, melted snow for water, and hung my coat to dry. Outside, the wind pressed softly against the walls. The kind of quiet that makes your ears ring. I wrote a few notes in my field journal: temperature, time, wind direction, and then set my watch alarm for 6 a.m. Around midnight, I woke to the sound of footsteps. Crunch. Crunch. Slow and deliberate, circling the cabin. At first I thought it was a moose, but the rhythm was wrong. Two-footed. Human. I froze, holding my breath. The steps moved to the back wall, paused, then scraped toward the window. I could just make out the faint shadow of motion through the frost. Whoever or whatever it was didn't knock, didn't speak. It just stood there for a while. Then the sound drifted away into the trees. I waited a long time before lighting the lantern. My rifle leaned against the wall beside the bed, and I kept it close for the rest of the night. Every few minutes, I thought I heard the snow settling outside, but it might have been my pulse. When the gray morning came, I went outside to look. The snow was untouched, no prints anywhere. Not even animal tracks. I checked twice, circling the cabin slowly, scanning for indentations or disturbed powder. Nothing. Only my own snowshoe prints from the night before. I tried to reason through it. Temperature shifts, the wind, maybe drifted snow filled them in overnight. Still, the air had been calm. No flurries. The snow was firm and crusted, impossible to erase tracks completely. The logic didn't add up. I went back inside and stoked the fire. My watch read 8:42 a.m. The woods outside were dead still. By afternoon, I convinced myself I'd imagined it. Isolation does that. You start hearing patterns in wind, voices in the stove's hiss. I chopped more wood and cleared the roofline, trying to burn off the unease. But the feeling of being watched stayed. Just before dusk, I decided to set a small perimeter. I planted 4 sticks at each corner of the cabin and strung a line of thin cord between them, an old trick I use on bear watch patrols. If anything passed through overnight, the cord would snag or snap, leaving proof. Satisfied, I cooked dinner and sat by the fire until my eyelids drooped. At 11:37 p.m., I woke again. Crunch. crunch. The same slow steps, circling. Then a pause. This time, I heard breathing. I reached for the rifle. My mouth went dry. The breathing stopped, and a faint creak followed, wood flexing under weight, maybe the porch step. My heart thudded so loud I could hear it in my ears. Then silence. I wanted to call out, but my throat wouldn't cooperate. Instead, I listened. Nothing. Just the faint hiss of snow against the roof. After a few minutes, I managed to crawl to the window and scrape a small circle in the frost with my sleeve. The clearing outside was pale under starlight. Empty. I stayed awake until dawn, staring at that window. When I finally went out, the court perimeter was still intact. Not broken. Not moved. No new tracks. It looked exactly the same as before. That's when I noticed something else, the door latch. I always lock it from the inside with a small metal bolt. But when I checked it that morning, the bolt was still in place, and there was frost around its edge. Inside the cabin, like the air had seeped through while I slept. I ran my hand along the seam and felt a faint chill, as if the wood itself was cold from the inside out. The rest of the day, I debated leaving. But the weather had turned, light snow was falling, and I knew the trail back would be half buried by nightfall. I convinced myself it was fine. One more night, I said. Just one. Before sunset, I built the fire high and moved the cot closer to the stove. I checked the rifle, the door, the window latch, the cord, all good. I forced myself to eat, even though the air felt heavier than before, like something was waiting for me to settle in. At 9:12 p.m., the first sound came. Not footsteps this time. A single knock. 3 seconds later, another. Then the sound of a hand sliding down the door. I lifted the rifle, heart hammering. Who's out there? My voice cracked. The only answer was a long, slow exhale, close enough that I heard the moisture freeze on the wood. I didn't sleep that night. When morning came, the door was dusted with frost, smooth and unbroken. No prints. No smears. Just a faint outline of where something warm had rested for a moment before vanishing. And that was only the second night. By sunrise, I was shaking from exhaustion and cold. I kept staring at that faint frost pattern on the door, an oval smudge about the size of a human face. I touched it with my gloved hand. The wood was icy and dry. No sign anyone had stood there, no trace of melting. Just that soft outline, like breath frozen midair. I made coffee and forced myself to think rationally. There were explanations, had to be. Temperature gradients can cause condensation on certain surfaces, right? Maybe I'd pressed my own hand there the night before. The human mind fills gaps when it's scared. Still, when I replayed that sound, the slow drag of fingers down the door, I knew what I heard. Around mid-morning, I decided to pack early. The snow had eased, and I wanted to get back to the Denali Highway before the next front rolled in. It would mean trudging 9 miles through fresh drifts, but I didn't care. The isolation had shifted from peaceful to predatory. As I loaded my pack, something caught my eye. Near the woodpile, half buried under snow, was a small indentation. At first, I thought it was from a falling branch, but when I brushed the snow aside, I froze. A print. A boot print. Single, faint, pressed deep like it had been there hours ago before the snow covered it. The size was off, though. Narrow heel, long toe. Not my tread pattern. And it faced the cabin. That's when I noticed the line in the snow, subtle, like a drag mark. It led from the tree line to the corner of the cabin, then stopped. I followed it with my eyes, feeling that hollow tug in my stomach. The rest of the clearing was untouched. The wind picked up, winding through the branches. For a second, I thought I saw something dark between the trees, a figure, tall, motionless. I blinked, and it was gone. I went inside, locked the door, and sat with my back to it. My breath fogged in the air even though the fire was burning steady. It's strange how fast the cabin started to feel smaller. Every creak became deliberate, every shadow too long. Around noon, I heard the faintest tap, like knuckles brushing glass. I turned toward the window and froze. There was a handprint. 5 long fingers pressed against the frost from the outside, slowly fading. I stepped closer, not breathing. My reflection wavered in the thin layer of ice on the pane. The handprint melted faster than it should have, like heat had radiated from it seconds before. I couldn't take it anymore. I shouldered my pack, threw snow over the fire, and swung the door open. The clearing was still. No wind now, no movement. The only sound was my boots crunching in snow. The air had gone unnaturally quiet. Even the trees seemed to be holding their breath. I started walking fast, steady, trying to retrace my incoming trail. The snow was deeper now, but I still recognized the curve of the ridge and the cluster of spruce marking the halfway point. The sky was low and colorless, that dull gray before another storm. For a while, it felt like I was moving through a painting, too still, too perfect. Then I noticed the prints. Mine. At least, they should have been. But after a few hundred yards, I saw something wrong. The snowshoe tracks ahead of me weren't just fresh, they were perfect. Sharp edges, no drift. Like they'd been made seconds ago. I bent down to check and felt my stomach drop. The tread pattern was mine. The depth, stride, everything identical. But the direction was wrong. They were leading toward the cabin. I stood there for what felt like forever, staring at my own tracks going the wrong way. The forest around me looked unchanged, but I couldn't shake the sense that something was watching from behind every trunk. I turned back the way I came, nothing. Then forward again. Same clearing, same trees. The air had that strange muffled weight that comes before a whiteout. I decided to follow the tracks backward, reasoning that if I'd somehow looped, I'd hit my own trail junction eventually. I walked for another hour. The same ridge appeared again. Same split tree. Same everything. When I reached the clearing, the cabin was back in front of me. The door stood slightly open. I knew I'd locked it. For a while I just stood there, snow falling soft and silent. My breathing sounded too loud. I told myself maybe I'd circled wide, that there were landmarks I confused, that maybe I'd only imagined closing the bolt. But the light inside was flickering. My fire was out. Something else glowed instead. I stepped up to the threshold. The lantern on the table was burning. I hadn't lit it since the first night. And there, next to my journal, was a fresh page of handwriting. My handwriting. The same pen strokes, same habit of indenting paragraphs with a double line. Only I hadn't written this. He went out again. He'll come back soon. I backed away, rifle shaking in my hands. The wind rose behind me, whipping snow into the air. From the forest came the crunch of footsteps, slow, even, measured. Crunch. Crunch. Circling. Just like before. I turned, aiming at the sound, but the noise kept shifting. Left side, then right. Closer, then behind. I spun, heart pounding, and nearly fired. There was no one. Only the whisper of snow through branches. Then, from inside the cabin, I heard the floorboards creak. I stepped toward the doorway just in time to see something pass in front of the lantern, a shadow, tall and thin, gliding across the wall. The door slammed shut. The lantern went out. I ran. I don't remember much of the trail back, only the cold biting through my gloves, the endless dark, and the way the snow seemed to swallow my steps before I made them. When I finally saw the faint orange reflection of my truck's hazard lights through the fog, I could have cried. I'd left them on by accident. I drove straight to Cantwell that night, heater blasting, refusing to look in the rearview mirror. I didn't sleep. I didn't stop. 2 days later, I called Baird to tell him I was mailing his cabin keys. He was quiet for a long time before saying, "You made it out, then." Good. I asked what he meant. He said, "You're not the first to come back alone." Then he hung up. That was 3 months ago. Sometimes, when I'm guiding groups through the interior, We passed a turnoff near mile marker 9. No one can ever see the cabin from the road, it's hidden behind the ridge, but every now and then, someone looks out the window and says they think they saw a light moving through the trees. A flicker, like a lantern. And if you listen close when the snow's still, you can hear it. Crunch. Crunch. Getting closer. My name is Lydia Frost. I live alone on a small off-grid homestead in western Montana, about 12 miles from the nearest paved road. My cabin sits in a clearing between two ridges, surrounded by fir and tamarack that block almost everything: sunlight, wind, even radio signals. That's part of why I moved out here 6 years ago. I wanted the quiet, the kind of silence you can't buy anywhere else. I built the place myself, wired a few small solar panels, and put up a shortwave antenna to keep contact with a local emergency frequency. On most nights, the static was the only thing that spoke back. That changed 3 weeks ago. It started as a whisper through the static, a faint rhythmic sound that I first mistook for wind. Then, under the hiss, I heard it, someone counting backward. The voice was male, low, steady, 10, 9, 8, and then the signal dropped to white noise. I remember staring at the radio, half amused, half unsettled. It was probably some bored trucker or a survivalist kid testing his radio setup. Shortwave can bounce hundreds of miles off the atmosphere when conditions are right. I told myself that and went to bed. The next night, the same voice returned. It started around 11:40 p.m., almost the same minute. 10, 9, 8, always the same pace, the same tone, like a recording loop. Then silence. By the third night, I kept the radio close on purpose. The voice started again, faint but clear. 10, 9, 8, my pulse picked up. I waited for him to reach 0, but the transmission always cut out at 1. I logged it in my notebook: frequency 7.210 MHz, duration about 30 seconds, always beginning near 11:40. It wasn't weather interference. The signal was too clean, too deliberate. On the fifth night, curiosity won. I pressed the transmit key. "This is K7LF, identify yourself." The hiss deepened, but no reply came. Just the counting, restarting from 10, like he hadn't heard me or didn't care to answer. I spent the next morning adjusting the antenna, checking the power lines, scanning for other local operators. The radio was the only company I had most days, so I knew its quirks. It wasn't malfunctioning. When I tuned off frequency, the voice vanished. When I returned, there he was again, as if waiting. Around the 10th night, something shifted. The numbers slowed. The pauses stretched longer. And when the voice reached 1, there was a faint click, followed by breathing. That's when I felt the first wave of dread. It wasn't the counting anymore, it was the breath, raw and human, filtering through the noise like someone standing just past the tree line, too far to see, close enough to hear. I turned off the radio and sat in the dark for a long time. The only light came from the coals in the wood stove. When I finally lay down, I could still hear the rhythm of that breathing in my head, perfectly timed with the settling creaks of the cabin. The next day, I decided to trace the signal. I pulled out an old handheld direction finder, a small, battered device I'd used during wildfire volunteer work years back. I powered up the main receiver that night, waited for 11:40, and turned on the finder. The needle swung lazily at first, then steadied toward the cabin's north wall. At first, I thought it was interference from the wiring. But when I unplugged the inverter, the reading didn't change. The signal wasn't coming from outside the cabin, it was coming from inside. My scalp prickled. I checked the connections, the battery, the antenna cable, the receiver's power jack. Everything looked fine. Then I realized something else. The small backup radio on my kitchen shelf, the one I kept for emergencies, was still sitting there. It wasn't plugged in. Hasn't been for months. I walked over and stared at it. Dust covered the knobs. A spider had built a web over the tuning dial. Still, as I stood there, the same faint voice echoed from the main receiver. 10, 9, 8. The direction finder needle quivered and pointed directly at that unplugged radio. I reached toward it but hesitated. The plastic felt colder than the air inside the cabin. I turned the radio over. The battery compartment was empty. No corrosion, no cells, nothing that could hold a charge. That night, I slept with the door barred and the shotgun near the bed. Every sound of the pop of the stove, the sigh of the wind felt amplified. Around midnight, I heard it again. Not from the receiver this time, but from the unplugged radio itself. A faint male whisper, 9, 8, 7. I froze, watching the empty battery slot glint under the lantern light. The voice reached 1, paused, and then came that same click. Breathing. I ripped the blanket off the radio and threw it outside onto the snow. The voice cut off mid-breath. For a moment, all I could hear was the crackle of the stove and my own heart pounding. When morning came, I found the radio half buried near the porch. Its casing was cracked, but the inside was bone dry. I wanted to believe it was just interference, or maybe I'd imagined the voice after too many nights alone. Still, I couldn't bring myself to touch it. By evening, I convinced myself to test one more time. I reconnected the main receiver, scanned through frequencies, and noted that 7.210 MHz was silent again. For the first time in nearly 2 weeks, there was nothing but static. Relief came like a wave. I made tea, sat by the fire, and tried to laugh at how easily isolation could twist perception. At 11:40 p.m., the static deepened again. The signal returned. But the voice didn't start from 10 this time. It began at 3. 3, 2. I stared at the dials. My own reflection flickered in the metal faceplate, pale and distorted by the lantern light. 1. The click came, sharper than before. Then silence. No breathing. No hiss. I turned off the receiver and looked toward the window. Through the glass, under the faint moonlight, I saw the radio I'd thrown outside sitting upright on the porch rail. It hadn't been there earlier. I hadn't touched it. I stayed awake the rest of the night, waiting for dawn. By the time the first streaks of gray touched the tree-line, I hadn't closed my eyes once. The air in the cabin was thin, heavy with smoke from the stove. I kept glancing at the window, where the damned radio still sat balanced on the porch rail, perfectly upright. No wind strong enough to move it, no footprints in the snow below it, just the weight of the stillness pressing in from every side. I stepped outside around 6. The cold bit deep, sharp enough to clear my head. Frost had hardened the snow into a crust. The radio looked ordinary again, dusty, harmless plastic against the pale light. But when I touched it, I flinched. It was warm. Not faintly warm like something left near the stove. It felt as if it had been running all night. I turned it over. The cracked casing had sealed itself. No fracture line, no exposed wiring. The back plate sat tight as if it had never been pried open. I brought it back inside because I didn't know what else to do. Maybe I wanted to prove something to myself more than anything, that this was all explainable. When I set it down on the table, the static started again. I didn't turn the knob. I didn't even touch the switch. At first it was faint, just a low hiss, then a pulse like the sound of a heart through a stethoscope. I leaned closer. Under the noise came a whisper, low and distant, too quiet to form words. I turned to check the main receiver. Its display was off. The power light dark. Every cable still disconnected. Yet, when I pressed my ear near it, I heard the same faint rhythm. Like both radios were breathing in sync. By instinct, I grabbed my coat and went outside to get space. The morning light had flattened the world into pale silver. The woods were silent, no birds, no wind. Even the creek at the base of the ridge had frozen solid overnight, though the temperature wasn't cold enough for that. I stood there listening to the emptiness, my breath clouding in front of me, thinking about how long it had been since I'd seen another person. 3 weeks since I last hiked to town for supplies. When I went back inside, the voice had returned. 7, 6. The sound came from both radios now, one faint, one clear. The tone wasn't mechanical anymore, it carried shape, emotion, a sense of effort. The man sounded like he was straining to count, dragging each number through his teeth. 5, 4. I stepped back, nearly tripping over a chair. My hand brushed the unplugged power cord on the table. It twitched. Not from vibration, not static electricity. It moved like something had breathed through it. 3. The cabin's walls groaned as though something heavy had leaned against them. Every board, every nail, creaked in sequence, moving clockwise around me. 2. The window beside the table frosted over from the inside. A single breath mark bloomed in the center, fogging the glass. 1. Then the click again. But this time, instead of silence, the shortwave's mic light flicked on. I hadn't pressed transmit. Static turned to muffled sound, boots crunching on snow, the faint creak of a door hinge. My door hinge. I turned slowly toward the cabin entrance. The latch was still down, but the sound was coming from the speaker, as if something was broadcasting from just outside. Then I heard a single inhale, so close it cut through the static like a blade. I lunged for the power switch and yanked both cords free. The sound stopped instantly. The cabin fell back into silence so deep it hummed in my ears. For a long moment, I just stood there staring at the dead radios. They looked harmless again, just scraps of plastic and steel. I wrapped both in a wool blanket, took them outside, and buried them under a drift beside the woodpile. Then I packed my duffel. By 10 a.m., I'd made up my mind to leave. The trail would be hard to navigate with new snow, but I could reach the old Ranger Road by dusk if I moved fast. I didn't care about the truck, the food stores, or the gear. I could come back later with help. I just started toward the tree line when I heard the radio again. The sound was faint, buried under layers of wind and distance, but unmistakable. 10, 9, 8. It wasn't coming from the ground. It was coming from inside the cabin. I froze mid-step. My breath fogged in front of me, curling upward into the cold air. The window I'd left open just a crack now pulsed with light, dim, amber, rhythmic. 7, 6. I should have kept walking. Every instinct screamed at me too. But something about that voice, its tone, the cadence, it wasn't male anymore. It was mine. 5, 4. The sound grew clearer with each word. I turned back slowly. Through the frosted window pane, I saw the glow from the lantern flickering in perfect time with the voice. The air around the cabin shimmered slightly, as though heat waves were rising from the snow. 3. Then silence. I didn't wait to hear 2. I ran. My boots punched through the crusted snow, my breath sharp in the cold. I didn't look back, not once, until I reached the ridgeline where the valley opened. When I finally stopped, the radio was still counting behind me, faint and distorted by distance. Then, as if it knew I was listening, it stopped. The forest went perfectly still. I reached the Ranger Road around dusk, half frozen and shaking. No signal on my phone. The truck I'd left with a friend down the hill was locked, untouched. I stayed there in the cab until sunrise, engine off, every muscle wired tight. When I finally drove back up to the cabin the next day, because some part of me couldn't leave it unexplained, the snow was undisturbed. No footprints but mine. The door stood wide open. The radios were gone. Both of them. Inside, every clock had stopped at 11:40 p.m. And on the table, scratched faintly into the wood, were the numbers 10 through 1 carved in a single vertical line ending in that same sharp, deliberate click mark. I left that day for good. Sold the land. The new owner didn't ask questions when I said the place wasn't right. But sometimes, when I can't sleep in the city, when the streetlights hum and the night feels stretched too thin, I swear I can still hear it. A weak, distant transmission threading through the air. 3, 2, 1. And then the faintest sound of breathing. My name is Caleb Durant. I'm a seasonal ranger with the Wyoming Division of Forestry, though for most of this past winter, I wasn't on any official roster. After the October snows came in early, I volunteered to stay behind at an old service cabin near the edge of Bridger Teton National Forest. It wasn't technically assigned to me, more like abandoned years ago, but I figured it would do until the trails thawed and the crews came back in the spring. The cabin sat half buried in drifts by December. Just one room, a small loft, a cot, and a heavy iron wood stove squatting in the corner like a rusted animal. There was no electricity, no radio signal. I split logs by day, melted snow for water, and read until the daylight went gray. The quiet wasn't new to me. I'd worked remote fire towers before, but the kind of quiet that came with this cabin felt different. Like something holding its breath. The first few nights passed easily enough. The stove popped and creaked, wind dragged over the roof like sandpaper, and I learned the rhythm of the cold, how it rose off the floorboards, how the smoke curled when the flue froze, how long a single log lasted before the chill started biting through my blanket again. It was lonely, sure, but clean. Simple. Until the fifth night. It started with the smell. Sharp, unmistakable burning air. I remember sitting upright in bed, thinking a mouse had crawled too close to the stove. But the smell grew stronger, oily and acrid, like a barber's floor set on fire. The wood hissed as if wet, though I'd stacked it inside days ago. I threw on my coat and crossed the room. The stove glowed a dull red through the vent holes, the metal humming faintly. I unlatched the door with a gloved hand, expecting to see a charred log or maybe some scrap of fur caught beneath it. But the fire inside wasn't right. The flames had gone low, blue at the edges, twisting unnaturally slow, as if moving in syrup. And at the base of the coals, something pale shifted. I jerked back. The shape was small, hand-sized, but it moved. For a moment, I thought I saw the outline of fingers, curled and shrinking into the ash. Then the log rolled, scattering sparks, and whatever it was disappeared beneath the embers. I slammed the door shut and stood there listening to my pulse echo inside my ears. The smell lingered long after, thick enough that I had to open the door and let the night air slice through the room. The thermometer outside read minus 19 degrees Fahrenheit. My breath turned solid in the beam of my flashlight. The next morning, I told myself it was fatigue. I'd been alone too long, breathing too much smoke, letting my imagination do the rest. I cleaned out the stove completely, dumped the ash far from the cabin, and started over with new wood. No smell that night. No movement. Just the slow hum of the stove and the snow whispering against the walls. 3 nights later, it came back. This time, I woke not to smell but to sound. The fire had burned low, and something metallic clicked near the stove. A soft ping, then another. Like someone testing the latch. I turned on my lantern and froze. The stove door was shifting. Just slightly, back and forth. Each movement made the latch clink. The room was utterly still, but the door moved again, slowly, deliberately, and then stopped, hanging half an inch open. I wanted to believe it was the heat, that the metal had expanded unevenly. But the fire inside was almost out, the last coals faintly orange. When I leaned forward, a faint draft brushed my face. The same smell as before drifted out, burnt hair, mixed with something sour, something that made my eyes sting. I shut the latch tight and dragged my chair in front of the stove. If there was an animal getting in through the flue, I was going to see it. I sat for an hour, watching the faint red glow through the vent holes, until my eyes blurred from the light. And then, very quietly, something tapped from inside the stove. Once. Twice. A small metallic tink, like fingernails against iron. The air in the cabin felt raw and dense, almost humming. My body went rigid, every instinct screaming that I shouldn't open the door. But I had to know. I lifted the latch again. The fire inside was gone. Completely gone. Only a bed of cold, gray ash. But in the center of it lay something half-buried, a patch of what looked like human hair, scorched and clumped together. Beneath it, a faint trail of soot led toward the hinge, as though something had crawled to the edge and stopped there. I staggered back and let the door swing shut. The tapping didn't return. Neither did sleep. When dawn came, I packed snow into a bucket and doused the entire stove until it hissed out steam. I left it cold that whole day, trying to convince myself that the cabin wasn't haunted, that maybe someone had burned a rug or a piece of clothing here years before. But that night, even with no fire lit, the smell returned. It came from the stove again, though the metal was cold to the touch. And beneath the scent of burnt hair was another note this time, wet earth, like something newly dug up. I shoved the stove door open and aimed my flashlight inside. The ash I'd cleaned was back, piled neatly, smooth, as though a hand had swept it there. The clump of hair was gone, replaced by a single small imprint pressed into the soot. Not a paw, not a shoe, something that looked disturbingly like a child's handprint, smeared outward from the center. I dropped the light. When I picked it up again, the ash had shifted. The handprint was deeper now, and the edge of the door began to creak as it moved on its own, inch by inch, toward me. The smell became unbearable. My vision swam. And just before the door shut completely, I swore I heard a sound thin and dry, like a voice made of smoke whispering from the grate. "Let me in." The latch clicked by itself. I didn't move for a long time. When the wind rose outside, it sounded like someone dragging their hand across the wallboards, tracing each plank from corner to corner. I told myself I'd leave in the morning. But morning never really came. The sky stayed the same dull gray, and the cold grew sharper. That night, I decided to burn the stove one last time. Not for heat, but to see what would happen. I waited until dusk before lighting the stove again. The cabin had grown so cold that my breath hovered in front of me like fog. The thermometer nailed to the door read -27 degrees Fahrenheit, and the snow outside had buried the porch rail. It would take days to hike out even in daylight, and my radio battery had died 2 nights ago. Whatever happened next, I was trapped with it. I set the fire carefully, stacking the dry logs like bones, struck a match, and watched the flame crawl upward. It caught fast, too fast. The wood hissed like wet bark, though I checked it twice. Smoke began to pool around the edges of the stove door, curling in long gray fingers toward the ceiling. I adjusted the flue and stepped back, waiting for the warmth to reach me. For a while, everything stayed still. I sat in the chair by the cot, watching the metal darken and glow. My hands stopped shaking. I started to believe I'd imagined it all, that isolation was finally taking its toll. Then, faintly at first, I heard something shift inside the stove. Not the usual pop or sigh of burning wood, but a soft scrape, rhythmic, like someone dragging nails across the inner wall. The sound came again, longer this time, followed by a dull thump. The latch trembled. I didn't move. The firelight flickered against the far wall, painting the room in orange pulses. The smell returned, stronger now, burnt hair, and beneath it, that damp, earthy scent. The same as before. Then came the knock. 1, 2, 3 slow, deliberate knocks from inside the stove door. Each one echoed like a heartbeat against the iron. My voice came out rough. "Who's there?" The room went utterly silent. Even the wind outside paused. And then, very softly, a voice whispered back, hoarse and small, as though carried through ash. "It's so cold." The fire dimmed instantly, blue flames rolling backward into the grate. I stumbled toward the door, fumbling with my gloves, ready to throw it open and run out into the snow. But when I looked through the narrow gap in the stove vent, I froze. Something was staring back. 2 pale eyes, colorless, like glass marbles, glimmered behind the grate. The lids blinked once, slow and deliberate, as though adjusting to the light. I don't remember deciding to open the door. I just remember the clang of the latch and the sudden gust of air that hit my face, carrying the smell of burnt soil and rot. Inside the stove, crouched among the dying coals, was a figure no larger than a child. Its skin was gray, cracked like clay, with strands of black hair fused into the ash. It didn't move at first, only stared at me, the corners of its mouth trembling. Then it reached forward, a hand forming from the soot, each finger stretching out as if testing the air. I slammed the door shut. The sound rang like a gunshot through the cabin. The thing inside began pounding, the iron rattling so violently that the whole stove shifted across the floorboards. Ash sprayed from the vents in tiny bursts. I shoved my pack and chair in front of it, pressing down with my body weight. The pounding grew faster, frantic, and then it stopped. I waited a long time before I dared move. The silence was heavy again, absolute. I could hear my own pulse thudding in my ears. The fire had gone out completely. I lifted the lantern, expecting to see the stove cold again, lifeless. But the metal was glowing red hot now, brighter than it should have been for an extinguished flame. A whisper slipped through the cracks, closer than before. "You opened the door." The voice came not from inside the stove anymore, but from the floor beneath it. The boards creaked under my boots, soft and hollow. I grabbed my axe from the wall, dropped to my knees, and peeled back one of the loose planks near the stove's base. A wave of rot and frozen air hit me. Beneath the floor was a shallow pit. Someone had dug it long ago, maybe for waste or storage, and forgotten to seal it. My lantern beam caught the edge of something pale. I leaned closer, and my stomach turned. It was a jawbone. Human. The rest of the remains were half buried in ash, small enough to belong to a child. The ribs were curled inward like they'd been burned in place. I saw bits of fabric fused to bone, maybe a shirt, maybe just char. And scattered around it were handfuls of hair. The stove creaked behind me. I turned just as the door swung open again, slowly, smoothly, like someone guiding it from the other side. But the air coming out wasn't hot anymore. It was freezing. A thin arm stretched from the darkness inside, longer than before, jointed long, gray fingers dragging along the floor. It stopped inches from my boot. I stumbled back, tripping over the cot. The thing crawled out. It unfolded itself like smoke taking shape, limbs stretching, body rising until it brushed the rafters. Its skin flaked like cinders as it moved. The smell was unbearable. Its head tilted toward me, strands of burnt hair falling across its face. "You burned me," it said. The voice was faint, wet, coming from somewhere inside its chest. "You left me here." I backed toward the door, fumbling for the latch. My hands wouldn't work. The figure stepped closer, leaving black footprints that smoked against the wood. "Who are you?" I managed to choke out. It stopped inches away, lowering its head until I could see what was left of its face, half bone, half soot. "You're in my home," it whispered. "You took my warmth." I threw the door open and ran into the night. The cold was a living thing, tearing at my lungs. Snow came down in sheets, blinding. I didn't stop running until the cabin lights disappeared behind the trees. I found shelter in a ranger shed 3 miles downhill, collapsed against the wall, and stayed there until morning. When I finally went back, the cabin was gone. Nothing but a mound of blackened snow, a hole where the stove had stood. No footprints, no smoke, no sign it had ever burned. The forestry team later said the place hadn't been occupied in over 15 years. The last ranger station there, Alan Morse, had lost his wife and daughter in a cabin fire during a winter storm. He disappeared the following week. They never found his body. I haven't been back to that section of the forest since. But sometimes, when the wind comes in from the north, it carries that same smell, the burnt hair, the wet earth, and the faint sound of a latch clicking shut. And I swear, when I light my stove at night, the flames hesitate before they burn. My name is Aaron Hale. I'm a wildlife biologist assigned to a long-term monitoring project in the Canadian Rockies, near Mount Robson Provincial Park. Most of my work involves tracking population patterns, elk, black bear, and the occasional gray wolf. But this story isn't about data or fieldwork. It's about a cabin and a logbook that shouldn't have existed. On the morning it began, I'd been hiking along an old service trail that barely appeared on the maps. It was early autumn, the kind of morning where mist clung low across the trees and the air tasted like iron. My assignment was to check a camera trap near a remote watershed, about 12 kilometers past the boundary line. The weather had been decent, just gray and damp, but the deeper I hiked, the quieter the forest became. No wind. No birds. Even the insects were gone. By noon, I realized I'd taken a wrong turn. My GPS flickered between coordinates, jumping back and forth like it couldn't find itself. I wasn't panicked yet, but I decided to climb higher to regain a signal. That's when I saw it, a narrow clearing cut into the slope, and in the center of it, a small wooden cabin that looked decades old. The roof sagged slightly, the wood gone gray with age. It had no visible trail leading to it. I remember hesitating. Unregistered structures deep in the parks are usually old trapper huts or research shacks long abandoned, but something about this one felt off. Still, it was getting late, and I figured I could use it to get my bearings. So I crossed the clearing. The door was unlocked. Inside, the air was cold and heavy, thick with the smell of pine resin and smoke. A wood stove sat in the corner, rusted but still intact. Shelves lined the back wall, holding glass jars filled with dust and what looked like dry herbs. There was a cot, a desk, and a small table near the single window. And on that table lay a notebook. The cover was brown leather, cracked and water-stained, its spine barely holding together. On the front, written in block letters, was Logbook 47. It struck me as unusual for a cabin this deep to have a logbook at all. I assumed it belonged to some previous research crew, maybe from the 70s or 80s. I sat down, brushed off the dust, and opened it. The first entries were mundane, dated notes about weather conditions, wildlife sightings, occasional visitor comments. Then the handwriting shifted, different pens, different people. A note from 1981 mentioned unusual noises from the creek at night. Another from 1994 simply said, "Do not stay past dusk." I kept flipping. The pages grew newer, entries from the early 2000s, one even dated 2015. But the cabin looked untouched, like no one had stepped inside in years. Then I reached the last entry. The date was September 18th, 2025. Tomorrow. The entry read, "Arrived late. The forest is too quiet. The air feels wrong. We'll stay one night. If anyone finds this, leave before sunset." It was signed, neatly, in my own handwriting. I remember staring at that signature for a long time, feeling the blood drain from my face. It wasn't just similar, it was exact. The same looping E, the same trailing line through the H. I closed the book, set it back down, and tried to convince myself it was some kind of coincidence. Maybe someone else with my name, another researcher who'd worked this region before. But I knew that wasn't true. I pulled out my GPS again. It was still glitching. The display flickered, then froze entirely on coordinates that didn't match any known map grid. I tried my radio next, but all I got was static. Outside, the light had changed. The clouds had thickened into something heavy and metallic, the kind of gray that eats sound. I checked my watch, it said 3:12 p.m., but the sun looked lower than that, slanting through the trees like late evening. I told myself to leave. I should have. But before I stepped outside, I noticed something carved into the wood of the doorframe. Shallow letters, half covered in moss, 47. The same number as the logbook. I don't know why that made me hesitate. Maybe it was curiosity, or maybe some part of me wanted to understand what this place was before I left it behind. So I opened the book again, flipped back a few pages, and noticed something I'd missed. The handwriting from the earlier entries had begun to imitate one another. The loops, the strokes, all converging into the same style. Mine. A soft noise interrupted me, a low thump from outside. Like a footstep in wet soil. I froze. Another sound followed, closer this time, something brushing against the wall. I moved quietly to the window. The clearing was empty. The trees stood motionless, every branch still. I strained to listen. Silence. Then, faintly, from behind the cabin, came a whisper. A single word. "Aaron." It was my voice. I backed away from the window so fast I nearly tripped over the chair. My heartbeat was loud enough to drown out everything else. I told myself it could have been an echo, sound carries strangely in the mountains, but the air outside was too still for that. The whisper came again, clearer this time, right by the wall. "Aaron, don't go." The book on the table shifted slightly, as if a draft had turned its pages. The candle stub beside it trembled. The stove door creaked open with a long metallic groan. I felt something colder than air slide across my skin. I grabbed my pack and bolted for the door. The clearing looked different now. The mist had thickened into a pale veil that blurred the tree line. Every sound of my boots on the dirt, my breath, the rustle of my jacket felt muffled, delayed, like the forest wasn't absorbing them right. I started down the slope, forcing myself not to look back. But after maybe 50 meters, I glanced over my shoulder. The cabin was gone. Only the clearing remained, empty except for a faint indentation where the foundation had been. The air shimmered faintly, like heat rising from asphalt. My GPS vibrated again, the screen flashing coordinates that kept rewriting themselves, digits sliding into patterns I didn't recognize. Then it stopped on one coordinate set. 47.0000 and minus 120.0000W. I saved it before the signal died again. By then, the mist was closing in from all sides, and I couldn't tell which direction led back to the trail. I picked a bearing and kept walking downhill, but after what felt like an hour, I saw something through the fog. A wooden cabin. Same clearing. Same door slightly ajar. I hadn't turned around. I know I hadn't. But there it was, logbook 47 waiting on the table by the window, exactly where I'd left it. And the logbook's cover was open now. A fresh line had been written beneath my tomorrow entry. Returned. 3:47 p.m. Something's wrong with the time. The handwriting was still mine. I stood there staring at the words as if by watching long enough, they'd rearrange themselves into something that made sense. But they didn't. The ink was still damp. I could see where the tip of the pen had pressed too hard into the paper, like whoever wrote it had been shaking. I reached for my pack, meaning to grab my notebook to compare the handwriting, but the zipper was already open. The pen that should have been clipped inside was gone. For a long moment, I didn't move. The air in the cabin felt heavier than before, dense enough to taste like wet metal and ash. Outside, the mist pressed against the windows, thick enough that I couldn't see more than a few feet beyond the glass. I caught my reflection faintly on the window pane, pale face, windburned cheeks, eyes wide and dark. Then something moved behind that reflection. A darker shape. Standing where I should have been. I turned fast, heart hammering, but the cabin was empty. Just the stove, the cot, the table. The silence after that felt long, so quiet that I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. I forced myself to act, to move, to anchor myself to something real. I shoved the logbook into my pack, slung it over my shoulder, and stepped outside. The fog swallowed me whole. The air was freezing, though my watch still said it was barely past 4. I started walking downhill again, slow at first, counting my steps, marking direction by the slope and the faint outline of trees. After a while, I noticed something strange. The forest around me wasn't matching what I'd seen earlier. The birch stand I'd passed on my way up was gone. The ground underfoot had changed to softer, like moss-covered boards instead of soil. My compass needle twitched erratically, spinning one way and then snapping the opposite direction. I tried not to panic, just kept walking. Then, faintly through the fog, I saw a light. It flickered warm and orange, low to the ground. A campfire, I thought. Maybe someone else was out here, a hunter, another biologist, anyone. I followed it, pushing through the mist until the outline of a figure came into view. They were kneeling beside the fire, back turned to me. At first, I thought it was a man, broad shoulders under a heavy jacket, but as I stepped closer, I realized the posture was too familiar. The same pack I carried. The same dark braid trailing down one shoulder. My voice cracked before I could stop it. "Hey!" The figure turned. It was me. Not exactly a version of me, face pale and sunken, eyes ringed dark like bruises, skin splotched with cold. She didn't react with surprise. She just looked up slowly, meeting my gaze as though she'd been expecting me. "You came back," she said. Her voice was soft, barely audible over the hiss of the fire. "You shouldn't have." I took a step back. "What is this?" She smiled faintly. "You wrote it, didn't you? You found the logbook." I couldn't answer. My throat had gone dry. She reached toward the flames, palm hovering over them as if to feel the heat, but her skin didn't blister. The light flickered through her hand like smoke. I tried to leave too, she said. You can't. It always brings you back. My mind refused to believe what I was seeing. There had to be an explanation, a trick of the fog, hallucination, exhaustion, but every breath I took came out ragged and visible, even though the air didn't feel cold anymore. She looked at me with something like pity. You'll understand soon. Just don't open the book again. The fire sputtered, and for an instant the flames bent sideways, as if drawn toward her. Then the light vanished. The clearing was empty. I stumbled backward into the fog, heart hammering. My hands were shaking so hard that I nearly dropped the GPS when it buzzed again. The screen lit up. Entry updated. Logbook 47. The coordinates flashed once more, 47.0000 N, minus 120.0000 W, and then the device shut itself off. I stood there breathing in the silence, trying to orient myself. Somewhere ahead, I thought I heard running water. The creek. If I could find that, I could trace it downstream toward the park boundary. I followed the sound, moving through fog so thick it brushed against my shoulders. After a few minutes, the ground sloped down sharply, and I found the stream cutting through black rock. I knelt to fill my bottle, needing something to ground me, but when I looked down, the reflection on the water wasn't mine. It was her. The same hollow face, the same faint smile. Her lips moved, but the water didn't ripple. Write it down, she whispered. My hands trembled. I stumbled backward, tripping on a root, and fell hard against the ground. My pack spilled open, and the logbook slid out, landing spine up in the mud. The pages flared open to the most recent entry. There was another line now. Met her at the fire. She warned me not to read. Too late. I hadn't written it. The wind shifted, carrying a faint sound, something between a voice and the slow turning of pages. The forest moved again, subtly, as if every tree leaned closer. I grabbed the book, shoved it into my jacket, and forced myself back toward what I hoped was the ridge. I walked until my legs ached, until the mist thinned into a dim, greenish dusk. And then, just like that, I broke through the tree line and saw the trail. My relief hit like a punch. I followed it fast, half running, until I reached the service road where my truck was parked. The forest behind me looked normal again, calm and quiet. Inside the truck, I sat there for a long time, staring at the logbook on the passenger seat. The cover looked older now, darker, as though soaked in something that had long since dried. I flipped it open once more, half expecting to find the same pages. But the handwriting had changed. The entries were all gone except one. September 19th, 2025, left the cabin. Found the trail. Going home. My hand started shaking when I realized I recognized the ink. The pen stroke was still fresh. The handwriting was mine. But I hadn't written it. I left the logbook on the seat and started the truck. The engine caught immediately, the dashboard clock blinking 3:47 p.m. I hadn't looked at the time since before I found the fire, but it was exactly what the entry had said. The drive back to the research station took less than an hour. The radio worked fine. The GPS tracked perfectly. Nothing seemed wrong until I reached the gate and found another truck already parked there. A forestry vehicle. I recognized the number printed on the side. It was mine. My truck. Same license plate. Same scratches on the door. Inside, through the fogged windshield, I could see a figure sitting in the driver's seat. She turned her head just as I hit the brakes. My own face looked back at me. The lights from her dashboard flashed once, then both trucks died at the same time, the engine silenced, the air thick with static. The logbook on my passenger seat fell open again, the last line rewriting itself in real time. Returned. 3:47 p.m. Something's wrong with the time. The same line I'd read before. The same ending, looping back. And through the quiet that followed, I heard it again, my own voice, faint and far, whispering from the trees. Don't open the book. My name is Mason Wild. I work as an off-grid electrician, specializing in renewable power systems for remote structures, places most people would never choose to live in. In February of last year, I took a contract through a small solar company out of Durango to field test a batch of prototype storage units. The test site was an old fire lookout cabin in the San Juan Mountains, about 8 miles up an unplowed surface road. The cabin hadn't been manned since the early 1990s, when the Forest Service decommissioned it after a lightning strike cracked its tower support. My assignment was straightforward: stay 3 nights, install the panels and batteries, run diagnostics, and record performance in freezing conditions. No cell service, no grid connection, no neighbors for miles. Just me, a radio, and a snowmobile for the ascent. The company would send a truck up after the thaw to collect the data. When I arrived that afternoon, the cabin sat huddled against a ridge like an old sentinel, half buried in snowdrift. The air smelled metallic, like frozen pine sap. I parked the sled near the porch and began unloading the crates of batteries, inverter, panels, test instruments. Inside, the place was cleaner than I expected. One narrow bed, a wood stove, a cracked desk with a notebook still open beneath a layer of dust. There was a calendar on the wall frozen in 1992, with a red X slashed across July. The silence up there was so complete it felt textured. Every sound of a zipper, a breath, a boot scuff seemed magnified against it. Around dusk, I finished wiring the battery bank and took a moment to admire the glow of my headlamp bouncing off the glass panes. When I killed the light, I noticed the snow outside wasn't entirely dark. Far below the ridge, a faint, flickering glow moved through the trees. It looked like a lantern, bobbing steadily along the edge of the slope. My first thought was that someone else was out here, maybe another technician or a backcountry ranger. But as I watched, the glow didn't cast any reflection on the snow. It was light that didn't illuminate. Just a pulsing shape drifting between the trunks, too steady for firelight, too warm for a headlamp. I stepped outside onto the porch, my breath crystallizing instantly. The cold bit deep, and the only sound was the groan of the wind through pines. The lantern's path curved up the slope, following the same contour that circled the cabin. Then, as my eyes adjusted, I realized something that made my scalp crawl. The light was moving around me, tracing a slow perimeter as though pacing the bounds of the cabin itself. At exactly 2:11 a.m., my wristwatch ticked over, and the glow stopped. It just went out. The night folded back in on itself, dark and absolute. I barely slept after that. The next morning, I told myself it had been a trick of fatigue and contrast eyes playing games in low light. But a part of me kept glancing out the window while soldering connections, half expecting to see that colorless glow again. The second night, I kept the lights low. I wanted to be ready if it returned. Around 2 a.m., I switched off my lantern and stood by the window, watching the drifts shimmer under moonlight. My heart thudded with every second that passed. At 2:09, I saw it. The same figureless glow rose from the tree-line and began its slow, deliberate walk around the ridge. This time I stepped outside before it reached the perimeter. The snow was crusted and brittle beneath my boots, the air sharp enough to sting my throat. The lantern passed 30 feet away, its shape human height but without any form I could make out. No footsteps. No crunching snow. I called out something stupid, like "Hey there," and the glow froze mid-stride. For a long moment it hovered, utterly still, before the light began to dim, folding inward until it vanished like a dying ember. The silence afterward was so dense I could hear the blood pounding behind my eyes. When I went back inside, I locked the door, though I knew it wouldn't help against whatever that was. I stoked the stove until the metal glowed red and sat awake, staring at my watch. 2:11 came and went again, marking the same instant the light had vanished both nights. That was when I noticed the footprints. Through the window, faint impressions traced a ring around the cabin, one continuous track, perfectly even, each step spaced the same distance apart. I grabbed my headlamp and swept the beam over them. The light reflected off ice, but the prints themselves didn't sink into the snow. They were pressed on top of it, shallow as if laid down by heat instead of weight. I spent the rest of the night pretending to read the logbook I'd found on the desk. It wasn't company issue, it belonged to whoever last manned the lookout. The entries were routine at first: smoke seen North Ridge, storm approaching. But near the end, the handwriting changed, hurried, uneven. February 8th, lantern again. Walks the line every night. No tracks in morning. February 9th, tried to follow. Got turned around. Heard my own voice in the timber. February 10th, it wants light. There was no entry after that. The date on the final line matched the same day the Forest Service had officially closed the site. When dawn broke, I hiked to the tree line and found the snow undisturbed except for the perfect ring around the cabin. No approach trail. No departure. Just the same unbroken circle, as if the walker had been orbiting me through the night. That evening, I almost packed up and left. The rational part of me kept listing explanations: optical reflection from my own setup, stray drone light, residual heat patterns. But none of it accounted for the silence, or the way the glow's motion aligned precisely with 2:11 a.m. Still, I stayed. Engineers are supposed to test under stress conditions, right? And this, I told myself, was just another environmental anomaly. I set up a camera on the windowsill facing the north slope, time-stamped, and left it rolling through the night. At 2:10, I woke to the faint hum of wind against glass. My watch hands trembled toward 2:11. I forced myself to stay still, to listen. Then came the crunch, a slow, rhythmic sound circling the porch. It wasn't metal or ice, it was something softer, dragging slightly, like fabric brushing snow. I watched the dim outline of light sweep across the far window, moving in the same precise arc. And then, the lantern paused directly outside the door. I couldn't move. The handle twitched once, lightly, as though someone testing if it was locked. I held my breath until my lungs burned. After what felt like minutes, the handle released. The sound moved on, tracing the full perimeter again before fading into distance. When silence returned, I checked the time. 2:11 exactly. I didn't open the door until daylight. The snow showed nothing, no prints, no indentations. But when I checked the camera, my stomach dropped. The lens was fogged, blurred by frost, except for one clear frame, right at 2 hours 11 minutes and 3 seconds. In it, the lantern was there, held at chest height by nothing. And behind the glass, reflected in the window, a faint silhouette that looked like me, watching from inside. I spent the next hour staring at that single frame. My reflection was faint but clear enough to recognize the outline of my coat and the way I leaned slightly toward the glass. Behind me, the wood stove glowed orange. But there was something else, something wrong about the angle of my head. It wasn't turned toward the camera, not exactly. It was tilted, as if I were watching something that wasn't visible in the frame. I told myself I'd moved, that it was just blur from motion, but the photo was sharp. Frozen. Perfectly still. That morning I powered down the test equipment, packed most of my gear, and told myself I'd leave before dark. But the weather had other plans. A system rolled in from the west, dense gray cloud pressing low, snow thickening until the ridge disappeared entirely. The world shrank to 20 feet of visibility. I couldn't risk the ride down. One wrong turn and I vanish into a whiteout. I was stuck for one more night. By late afternoon, the cabin was muffled in snow so deep it buried the porch railing. The wind held through the tower braces, moaning like some slow, heavy breath. I tried the radio, nothing but static. The solar bank hummed under load, steady as ever, its indicator lights flickering blue. I remember sitting there, staring at the panel display, thinking absurdly that maybe the light outside had been feeding on that glow somehow. It wants light, the logbook had said. I tried to focus on the work instead. I calibrated voltage draws, logged data, pretended I was still an engineer and not some stranded fool in a haunted outpost. But as dusk seeped through the windows, I started to feel the same crawling awareness I'd felt before, the sense of being observed from just beyond the visible edge of the snowstorm. By midnight, I'd stopped pretending to read. The clock hands trembled toward 2 a.m. The fire had died to a slow hiss, and my nerves were coiled so tight I could feel my pulse in my fingertips. I set the camera to record again, this time propped to face both the door and the main window. Then I turned off my lantern, sat in darkness, and waited. At 2:09, I heard it. Not footsteps, something heavier. A low crunch, pause, crunch. The sound of weight shifting just beyond the wall. The glass window pane ticked softly, as though brushed by fingers. My heart hammered. I reached for my flashlight, then hesitated. If it wanted light, why give it any? The crunching moved along the wall to the back of the cabin, slow and deliberate. The old timbers creaked. Then, from the tower above, came a faint metallic knock once, twice, 3 times. The same sound the wind sometimes made in daylight, only now it had rhythm. Intent. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed the camera and turned on the flashlight in one motion. The beam cut through the frost on the glass and caught the lantern outside, inches from the window. It hung in the air, perfectly still, the handle suspended at shoulder height. The light it gave off wasn't warm anymore. It was cold and white, like reflected moonlight. Inside that glow I could see the faintest outline of a hand, thin, colorless, tapering to nothing. Then the hand curled around the glass of the lantern, and the flame inside flared. Every circuit light in the cabin blinked out. The battery display died. The hum of the inverter went silent. For the first time since I arrived, the cabin was utterly black. Something scraped along the floor behind me. Not close, but inside. I turned, flashlight still in hand, and the beam caught movement, dust shifting near the stove, as if displaced by a footstep. The air itself felt wrong, charged, thin, like standing beside live current. I backed toward the door, never looking away. My breath fogged in the cold that had seeped into the room. When I finally swung the door open, the lantern was gone. But the snow, God, the snow! It wasn't untouched this time. A new set of impressions curved outward from the porch steps, circling wider and wider around the cabin, like rings drawn in the snow by an invisible compass. I followed them with the light, my boots crunching softly. They led toward the tower base, where the ridge dropped off. And there it was, half buried under ice, another lantern. Not modern. Brass, cracked, the kind used half a century ago by forest crews. Its glass was blackened with soot, but inside it, faintly, something shimmered like an ember refusing to die. When I reached for it, the air turned instantly colder, the wind cutting to a sharp whistle through the tower beams. I jerked my hand back, but not before the faintest whisper reached my ear. One word, stretched thin by distance, light. That was enough. I ran back inside, slammed the door, and barricaded it with the crates. The lights flickered once and returned, the inverter humming back to life as if nothing had happened. My hand shook so badly I dropped my flashlight. The rest of the night passed in fractured moments, me crouched by the stove, the wind howling, the occasional flicker at the window I refused to check. Every hour I marked down power output data, mechanical motions to keep me from unraveling. At 5:47 a.m., the first smear of gray appeared in the east. When I stepped outside at dawn, the snow was undisturbed again. The old lantern I'd found near the tower was gone. Not buried, gone, as if it had never existed. The only trace left was the faint smell of ozone and burnt pine resin hanging in the air. I left the cabin by mid-morning. I didn't bother taking the logbook or the camera footage. I just loaded the gear onto the sled and descended into the valley, refusing to look back even once. The road felt longer than before, each bend haunted by the sense that light might rise again from the tree line behind me. When I reached town, I filed my report exactly as the company requested: battery performance, voltage stability, environmental readings. Nothing else. I didn't mention the lantern. I didn't mention the voice. 2 weeks later, my supervisor called to tell me the Forest Service had flagged my test coordinates. That ridge, he said, was part of a closed observation zone. The last ranger station there died in 1992 after a storm caused the tower to collapse. They'd never recovered the body. Only his gear, a burnt brass lantern and a melted radio. That night, while reviewing my field notes, I glanced at my watch. It was 2:11 a.m. The face of the watch glowed faintly in the dark, powered by its own loom. And for a second, I swear I saw a reflection in the glass of my face, yes, but lit from below by something that wasn't there. My name is Fiona Cross. I'm a remote systems contractor based out of Thunder Bay, Ontario. Most of my work involves off-grid sites, research cabins, ranger outposts, and telemetry stations spread through the boreal forest. It's solitary, technical work, but I've never minded being alone. Machines make more sense to me than people do. They tell you what's wrong if you listen carefully. Last week, I was sent to service a small environmental monitoring post along Lake Nipigon. It was a 2-hour drive north, then another hour down an unplowed surface road that looked more like a frozen creek than a path. The station was part of an old atmospheric network, a modular steel cabin with antennae, weather sensors, and one backup generator housed in a metal shed about 20 meters away. The system had pinged a fault alert overnight, primary power failure. Secondary generator offline. That's what brought me out there. I arrived just after sunrise. The temperature was around -20, the air sharp enough to cut skin. The cabin stood in a clearing surrounded by skeletal spruce, their tops swallowed by gray fog. The snow around the structure was smooth, undisturbed, no tire marks, no footprints. That was expected. No one had been here since the last service trip 3 weeks ago. Inside, the main terminal was dark. I connected my portable monitor and confirmed what the alert had said, both power feeds dead. The solar array was likely frozen over or shadowed by the fog, and the backup generator hadn't kicked in. Normally it auto-starts after a 60-second delay. I grabbed my toolkit and stepped back outside. The generator shed sat behind the cabin, a squat steel box with a heavy latch and padlock. The wind was faint but constant, hissing through the trees like distant static. I trudged through knee-high snow and noticed something odd before I even reached the door. It was ajar. At first, I thought I must have left it open last time, but then I remembered clearly locking it. Standard protocol, every shed must be secured when unattended to prevent animal damage or tampering. I moved closer. The padlock was still looped through the latch, but it hung inside the door. That didn't make sense. The hasp was designed to lock from the outside. For the padlock to be on the inside latch, someone or something had to be in there when it closed. I hesitated at the threshold. The metal door creaked slightly, swaying with each pulse of wind. From within, I heard a faint humming, not the deep rhythmic thrum of a running generator, but a low, uneven vibration, like a cable resonating under tension. It wavered, almost organic, and then stopped. I tapped the door gently. "Hello? Maintenance tech here. Anyone inside?" No reply. Only the brittle quiet of the forest. I switched on my headlamp and pulled the door open. The smell hit first, diesel and cold metal mixed with something else, damp earth, like the inside of a cellar. The generator sat in the center, a compact Kubota model on a raised platform. Its status panel glowed faintly green, though the machine itself was silent. I approached, running my gloved hand over the casing. It was warm. Too warm for something that hadn't been running. I checked the switch. It was in standby. The indicator light pulsed, almost like it was breathing. That's when I noticed the condensation on the inside walls. Tiny droplets clung to the steel like sweat. In this cold, that shouldn't happen. I wiped a patch clean and saw my reflection staring back, a ghostly oval framed by frost. Behind me, in the reflection, the door slowly swung shut. I spun around and caught it just before it latched. The padlock dangled from the inner hook, swaying slightly. My pulse kicked. I propped the door open with my toolbox, half laughing at my own nerves. I told myself the wind must have caught it, even though the air outside was dead still. I started diagnostics. The generator's diagnostic cable showed no faults. The power output registered 0, yet the internal temperature was climbing. I shut my monitor, crouched beside the casing, and pressed my ear against the panel. A sound whispered faintly from within, something like a voice filtered through static, rhythmic, and low. Not speech, not exactly, but patterned enough to make my stomach twist. I pulled back fast. "Nope," I muttered aloud, though my breath came out uneven. Probably resonance from the housing. Still, I couldn't shake it. I decided to reset the system. I cut the fuel line, disconnected the battery, and waited for the charge indicator to fade. The light dimmed, then flickered back on. Just one brief flash, like a pulse. That was when I heard it, 3 sharp metallic knocks from the far corner of the shed. Not from the generator. From inside the wall. I turned, beam darting over the panels. Nothing moved, but the sound had been clear. Knock, pause, knock, pause, knock. A measured rhythm, like someone answering. I stepped backward, my boots scraping the floor. It echoed wrong, as if the shed had hollow space beneath it. I knelt and shone my light along the base seam. There, a narrow vent slit, wide enough for air circulation but too small for an animal. Frost feathered its edge, but something darker marked the center. A smudge, maybe soot or fingerprints. I don't know why I did it, but I crouched lower and pressed my ear close. Something scraped gently against the metal from the other side. That was enough. I bolted upright, shoved the toolbox aside, and yanked the door open. The air outside hit me like a slap. I stood there for a long moment, just breathing, my headlamp cutting into the trees. The forest loomed still and silent. No birds, no wind. After a while, I forced myself to finish the job. I set the generator to manual override, bypassing the automatic start relay. The hum faded, replaced by the familiar mechanical growl of ignition. Relief washed through me as the terminal lights back in the cabin flickered to life through the window. I locked the shed properly this time, from the outside. The padlock clicked solid against the hasp. I even tugged twice to be sure. But as I turned away, I caught movement in my peripheral vision, a brief flicker through the slats of the vent. Just a shadow, sliding back into darkness. I told myself it was nothing. The heat from the engine warping the air. Still, as I walked back to the cabin, I couldn't help noticing the footprints behind me. They ran parallel for a while, mine and another set, faint but distinct, before vanishing completely halfway across the snow. When I reached the cabin door, the generator hummed steady behind me, its rhythm low and even. Then, faintly through the cold, came 3 metallic knocks. This time, from under the ground. For a long time, I didn't move. The sound was distant but unmistakable, 3 hollow knocks, spaced evenly apart, echoing through the frost-hardened ground beneath my boots. I stood by the cabin door, half inside, half out, the wind whispering across the snow. The generator's hum had settled into a slow rhythm that almost masked the noise, but not quite. It was there, pulsing beneath everything else, steady as a heartbeat. I told myself to stop imagining things. Steel sheds expand and contract in the cold, pipes shift, frozen earth groans. That was all. I repeated it like a mantra as I stepped inside and bolted the door behind me. The main terminal blinked to life, lights cascading in sequence as the generator fed power back through the network. Heat seeped through the vents, slow and mechanical. I removed my gloves, flexing my fingers over the console. My reflection in the black monitor glass looked pale and strained, eyes darting toward the window even when I tried not to. It should have ended there. I'd fixed the problem. But the diagnostic showed something strange, an active power draw coming from the auxiliary line, something still pulling current from the generator, even though every subsystem was idle. I traced the line on the schematic. It led to an access panel beneath the cabin floor, a maintenance crawl space barely 2 feet high. I crouched beside the hatch. Frost had crept up the edges, sealing it shut like glue. I pried it open with a screwdriver. Cold air exhaled upward, carrying a smell that made my skin crawl, damp soil, oil, and something faintly metallic, almost like rust or blood. I lowered my flashlight into the darkness. The beam fell across coiled cables, dust, and insulation. The auxiliary line snaked through, disappearing toward the far wall where it should have ended near the shed. A soft noise rose from below, a steady humming, deep and resonant, like the one I heard in the generator earlier. It wasn't mechanical. It wavered, like a throat catching its breath. I snapped the hatch shut. My hands were shaking now. Outside, the generator thudded once, hard enough that I felt the vibration through the floorboards. Then silence. No hum, no steady rhythm, just dead quiet. I grabbed my parka and flashlight and went back out. The cold bit through the seams of my clothes, sharp as glass. Snow had started to fall again, fine grains spinning through the fog. The shed stood where I'd left it, door closed, padlock glinting faintly in the beam of my light. Only now the door wasn't flush. It was bowed slightly outward, as though something inside pressed against it. I took one cautious step closer. The generator was silent. My breath puffed white and heavy in the air. I raised the flashlight, and that's when I saw it, the padlock. It was still in place, but the hasp was bent. Metal warped outward from the inside. Something had tried to open it. A deep, metallic creak rolled through the forest, followed by a low whine-like feedback from a speaker. My flashlight flickered. I turned instinctively toward the cabin. For a second, the windows glowed faintly, not with the warm amber light of the heater, but pale blue, cold and thin as static. Then the light snapped off. I ran. Inside, the terminal was still powered, but the screens displayed nonsense lines of numbers spinning, looping, fragmenting into symbols that shifted too fast to read. Every few seconds, the generator feed registered a spike, then a dip, then a flat line. I pulled the comm receiver to call on a fault report, but the line hissed with white noise. Buried in that noise was something else. A whisper. Fiona. I froze. It was faint, layered beneath the static, but it said my name. Clear. Drawn out. The voice came again, closer this time. Let it run. I dropped the receiver. The sound didn't stop. It drifted in the air around me, impossible to pin down. I could almost feel it, circling like cold breath at the base of my neck. The cabin lights flickered once more, then steadied. The generator had restarted itself. I hadn't touched the controls. I stepped back outside, driven by a mix of fear and furious disbelief. The shed door was still shut, but the sound inside wasn't a hum anymore. It was a low, wet vibration, like something breathing through metal. The snow beneath the threshold trembled slightly with each pulse. I wanted to leave. Every instinct screamed at me to get in the truck and drive until the forest was a blur behind me. But protocol required a full report, and the contract held me responsible for equipment integrity. I had to see. I forced my hand to the latch and opened the door. Warm air hit me in the face, thick and moist, fogging the lens of my light. The inside of the shed looked wrong. The generator casing bulged in places, seemed stretched and oozing with some kind of viscous, dark fluid. The vent at the base throbbed slightly, expanding and contracting like a living thing. The humming deepened. I took one step back, boots slipping on the ice. Then something inside the casing moved. A shape pressed outward from within, an outline, almost human but distorted, its form shimmering under the thin sheet of metal. I saw what looked like a hand, 5 long shapes pressing outward, leaving wet smears where they touched. Then the outline slid downward, slow and deliberate, until it disappeared through the base grate. The hum fell silent. For a few seconds, nothing. Then I heard it again, behind me this time, beneath the snow. A shuddering scrape, traveling from the shed toward the cabin, like something dragging itself through the ground. I stumbled backward, flashlight jerking wildly across the clearing. The line of disturbed snow traced a path straight toward my boots. I bolted. I slammed the cabin door shut and wedged the metal chair against it. The floor vibrated softly, a low tremor that made the light fixture sway. My radio was dead. The screens had gone black. Then, from the hatch beneath the floor, came 3 slow knocks. I backed away. "No," I whispered, voice shaking. "No, you stay down there." The hatch rattled once, twice, then burst upward with a metallic clang. A rush of freezing air spilled into the cabin, carrying that same humid stench. My flashlight beam caught movement, something slick and black slipping back into the shadows beneath. And then, silence again. I waited until dawn. The tremor stopped sometime after 4 a.m. When the first light crept through the trees, I forced myself to open the door. The generator shed stood silent. The padlock was gone. In its place, the latch hung open, smeared with dark residue that steamed faintly in the morning cold. I didn't go inside. I didn't file the report either. I drove until my hands stopped shaking, until the forest fell away behind me and cell service returned. That was 5 days ago. Yesterday, the company sent me a maintenance update. The environmental post at Lake Nipigon has been marked as fully operational. Primary and backup systems restored, it said. The note at the bottom caught my eye. Remote diagnostics show periodic power activity within the auxiliary network, source undetermined. Do not access generator housing until next service interval. They've assigned another technician to the site. Her name is listed as Fiona Cross. My name is Declan Ruiz. I'm a snowmobile mechanic from Duluth, Minnesota. Most winters, I take repair calls out in the backcountry, helping sledders who break down on the trails between Ely and the Canadian border. I've been doing this for 8 years, long enough to know when a storm's about to bury the whole damn state. That blizzard rolled in faster than I expected. It was late January, right around sundown, when my client radioed to cancel. Whiteout conditions were sweeping in off the lake, winds howling through the spruce line like freight trains. I was about 10 miles out on an old service trail, too far to head back safely. My sled's headlight barely cut through the curtain of snow, and even my GPS started freezing out. When you're out there in the Northwoods, you don't mess with blizzards. You find cover and wait it out. That's how I ended up at the old trapper's cabin. It sat tucked behind a ridge, maybe 50 yards off the trail. I'd seen it before on maps marked as unmaintained structure. Most of these cabins dated back to the 1930s for trade. The Forest Service hadn't touched them in decades. Still, when I saw the outline through the snow squall, I was damn grateful. The cabin door was half buried in a snowdrift. I had to kick my way through to get inside. The hinges groaned, metal stiff from cold. The air inside was stale but dry. One narrow window, a potbelly stove, a single bunk with a matted deer hide still nailed to the wall. Dust everywhere, and the faint smell of rust and ash. I started a small fire with my emergency fuel tablet and a few splinters of wood from the floorboards. It wasn't much, but enough to thaw my fingers. I hung my gloves near the stove and sat down, trying to calm my breathing. That's when I first heard it. 3 slow knocks. Knock. 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 They came from the door clear as anything, hollow and deliberate. At first, I thought it was the wind slamming loose branches or ice breaking off the roof. I opened the door just enough to look outside. Snow whipped across the threshold. Nothing. No light. No movement. No prints. I shut the door again and latched it tight. The sound didn't repeat. It was easy to rationalize weird noises when you're half frozen and alone. The wind plays tricks, echoes bounce through the trees, frost cracks in the wood. I forced myself to ignore it and focus on staying warm. But every few hours, always after I'd started to drift off, it came again. Knock. 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 Each time, spaced the same. 3 slow, heavy raps. I checked outside twice more. My flashlight beam caught nothing but swirling snow. The drifts were smooth, no impressions leading up to the door. I started to feel something colder than the storm tightening in my gut. By the 3rd round, I stopped checking. The cabin groaned under the wind, the roof creaking like an old hull at sea. I huddled near the stove, trying to convince myself it was the storm itself doing the knocking, somehow a loose board, an echo, but I'd worked enough winters to know the difference between wood shifting and a hand striking solid timber. Around 1 a.m., the fire died down. My watch battery had slowed in the cold, so I couldn't be sure of the time, but I remember how still everything suddenly got. The wind dropped, the world outside muted, almost like someone had turned down the volume. Then came the 4th knock sequence. Knock. 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 Except this time, it didn't stop there. A dragging sound followed, something brushing along the bottom edge of the door, slow and gritty, like ice scraping wood. It circled the cabin once, crunching faintly through the snowdrift, then stopped beneath the window. I didn't move. Didn't breathe. The sound of a glove or hand brushed against the frosted glass, a slow smear downward, and then nothing. When dawn finally came, I opened the door. The snow had settled deep overnight, about 2 feet. Smooth as a sheet, no indentations, no drag marks, nothing. Whatever had circled the cabin hadn't left a trace. I stayed put most of the morning, keeping the fire going and debating whether to ride back or wait out another night. The forecast radioed through faintly around noon, the blizzard warning still in effect until the following dawn. Trying to travel in it would have been suicide. By late afternoon, visibility dropped again. The light dimmed to that bluish haze snowstorms always bring, where every shadow looks alive. I started feeling the cabin closing in around me, like the walls were pressing closer. I told myself I'd keep the fire strong, stay awake, stay rational. But by the time evening hit, the knocking returned softer, almost hesitant this time. Knock. 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 Then silence. The stove hissed. My breath hung in the air. I turned off my headlamp and listened. There were small sounds outside, the faint shifting of snow, maybe, or something pacing slowly near the ridge. The hairs on my arms stood up beneath the thermal sleeves. I tried the radio again, but all I got was static. Every channel filled with a faint, rhythmic pulse. 3 clicks, pause, 3 clicks again. That's when I realized it was mimicking the knocks. I pulled the batteries out, heart hammering. The cabin went dead quiet. No wind, no creaks, no clicks, just a muffled hum of the storm pressing against the walls. Then the latch moved. It didn't open, not fully, just twitched. Metal against metal. Like something was testing it. I backed toward the stove, grabbing the only tool within reach, my snowmobile wrench. The door held. The latch stopped moving. For a moment, I thought it was over. Then, barely audible through the thick wood, a voice whispered. Not words exactly. More like the echo of breath, rising and falling, forming the rhythm of 3. I froze, wrench shaking in my hand. The whisper came again, closer now, shaping itself into something human but long, drawn out, wet at the edges, like air force through ice. It said my name. Declan. I couldn't have heard that right. I couldn't have. But I did. And the voice didn't fade with the wind. It stayed, low and patient, just beyond the door, waiting for me to answer. I didn't speak. Not even a breath left my throat. The only sound in that tiny cabin was the faint pop of cooling metal in the stove and my pulse pounding in my ears. I stood there gripping the wrench, eyes fixed on that frost-rimed door, praying the voice wouldn't say my name again. It did. Quieter. Almost tender this time. Declan. Every instinct told me not to answer. I'd worked rescues in these woods, seen men lose their minds from cold and isolation. You start to hear things, fill in the blanks of silence. I told myself that's what was happening, that my brain was stitching voices into the wind. But the voice wasn't out there. It was right at the door. I stepped back, keeping my flashlight off. The latch gave another tiny twitch, metal whining softly as if someone was easing pressure against it. Then 3 measured knocks again. Knock. 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 Something about the rhythm made my stomach flip. It wasn't random, it was waiting for response. The kind of pattern people use when they're trying to confirm someone's still on the other side. I finally forced myself to shout, my voice breaking the hush. Who's there? The words came out cracked, more plea than challenge. The wind seemed to pause, then a sound answered that made the hair on the back of my neck rise. It was me. My own voice, muffled by wood and snow, repeating exactly, who's there? Perfect tone, same cadence, same rasp from cold, dry lungs. I stumbled backward until I hit the bunk. My light clattered from my belt and rolled, casting thin slices of white across the floorboards. The cabin looked smaller suddenly, the corners darker, the shadows stretching long and uneven. Then the voice outside started again, slowly, carefully imitating every noise I made. The click of my teeth, the ragged inhale, the whisper of my sleeve brushing against wood. A perfect echo with half a second's delay. I grabbed my pack, thinking if I could make it to the sled I'd just ride blind through the storm. Better to freeze than stay there another minute. But when I looked through the window, all I saw was white. No outline of my snowmobile. No trees. No horizon. The entire world beyond the glass had been erased. I pressed my hand to the window and flinched. It was warm. The frost had melted in one clean circle exactly the size of my palm, though I hadn't touched it yet. Outside, something tapped the other side in the same spot. Knock. 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 I ran to the stove, threw in the last of my fuel tabs, anything to get more light. The flames flared bright orange, revealing faint shapes scorched into the cabin walls, lines and etchings I hadn't noticed before under the soot. Circles crossed by slashes, crude marks carved deep into the logs, clustered around the doorframe. Warnings. Or bindings. There was one more symbol burned right above the latch, a set of 3 vertical cuts, spaced evenly apart. 3. Again. Whatever those markings meant, they weren't random. Someone before me had tried to keep something out. The voice on the other side kept whispering, but the words no longer matched mine. They rolled together, soft and wet, syllables too long, vowels stretching past human shape. Between them came the sound of something heavy sliding across the snow. Then silence. I sat there for what could have been 10 minutes or 2 hours, afraid to move. The fire shrank. Shadows pulled across the floor again. When the next noise came, it was from above. The faintest crunch of weight shifting on the roof, snow sliding off in thin sheets. Then another sound, a deep creak directly overhead, like a body crawling slowly along the beams. I stared up. The ceiling boards bent, dust falling through the seams. Then the voice drifted down through the cracks. Cold, it said. Not my voice this time. Something lower, rougher. Cold inside. My stomach turned. I whispered to no one, "Stay out." The boards answered with a drawn-out groan. Then a drop of meltwater fell onto my shoulder, except it wasn't water. It was pinkish. Thin but unmistakably blood. That broke me. I lunged for the door, unlatched it, and flung it open into the storm. The cold hit like a wall, the wind screaming against my face. I staggered out into the whiteout, snow biting every inch of skin. The cabin vanished behind me in seconds. I couldn't see 10 feet ahead, but I just ran, no bearings, no trail, just the blind instinct to move away. After maybe 20 yards, I looked back. Through the wall of snow, the cabin's outline flickered, light glowing faintly through the window. A shadow stood in front of it, tall and still. I blinked hard, trying to focus. The figure turned its head toward me. Then it raised its arm and knocked 3 times on the air itself. I bolted. My boots caught on drifts, legs burning, lungs on fire. Somewhere ahead, I spotted a faint orange glow, my snowmobile, half buried but still running on idle. I dove for it, clawed the seat clear, and hit the throttle. The engine sputtered, almost died, then roared to life. I tore away from that ridge, following nothing but gut memory and luck. The storm shredded visibility down to nothing, and every gust sounded like laughter, soft, ragged, broken into threes. After what felt like hours, I saw the radio tower lights blinking through the snow haze. Civilization. I aimed straight for them. When I finally reached the trailhead, the storm broke just enough for dawn to bleed through. I killed the engine, half expecting to hear it again, the knocks, the voice, but there was only quiet. Relief hit hard and dizzy. I climbed off, turned toward the way I'd come. The forest behind me was pristine. No tracks. No churned snow from my sled. Nothing but an unbroken white sheet leading all the way back to where the cabin should have been. Except it wasn't there. No cabin, no ridge, no sign of any structure. Just open wilderness. 2 days later, I went back with a ranger friend. We traced my GPS logs from that night. Every coordinate looped the same half-mile circle over and over, like I'd been riding around one invisible point. At the exact center of that circle, buried under 6 feet of snow, they found a foundation. Rotting logs. Remnants of an old trapper's cabin burned to the ground decades ago. The door had survived. It was half melted from fire, the metal hinges fused together. On the charred surface were 3 perfect impressions. Knock. 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 My name is Nora Keene. I'm a craft instructor specializing in traditional woodworking, and I rented a small cabin near the Green Mountains in Vermont for a weekend workshop retreat. The idea was simple: solitude, fresh air, and uninterrupted hours with wood and tools. I had envisioned the quiet of the forest, the smell of pine sap, and maybe a few mugs of strong coffee while sketching designs. What I didn't expect was that the cabin itself would already be full of carvings, dozens of them, lining the walls like silent spectators. They weren't the kind of souvenirs you find at roadside shops. Each figure was carved from rough cedar logs, small enough to sit on a mantel but detailed in a way that made them almost alive. Their faces were all different, some human, some animal, some something between the two. All had hollow eyes, dark as burnt knots, and mouths slightly open, as though about to whisper. At first, I admired the craftsmanship. Whoever made them had skill, the kind of precision you get only after years of carving by hand. The wood was aged, with a faint smell of smoke and varnish, and the cuts were sharp and clean. I thought about leaving a note for the owner complimenting their taste in folk art. The first night was uneventful. I cooked pasta, unpacked my carving set, and set up a workbench by the window. The forest outside was quiet except for the sound of crickets and the wind brushing against the cabin siding. I remember thinking it was too quiet, like the woods were holding their breath. Before bed, I walked around with a flashlight, studying each carving up close. There were maybe 40 of them. A man with a crooked grin. A fox mid-laugh. A woman whose hands were pressed against her face, as if screaming. One figure stood out, a tall, narrow carving near the kitchen door. It was a man, but stretched somehow. His mouth was open wider than the others, his teeth carved in small, uneven lines. The expression wasn't just fear. It was hunger. The second morning, I woke to light streaming through the curtains and a faint smell of wood dust. When I got up, I noticed something that made my stomach twist. There was a new carving on the shelf by the window, one I hadn't seen before. It was smaller, only 6 inches tall, but unmistakably new. The varnish was still tacky. It depicted a woman kneeling, hands pressed together as if praying. The mouth, again, was slightly open. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I'd overlooked it the night before. Maybe the owner or caretaker came by early, though I'd locked the door. Still, the idea bothered me. I checked my tools. All were untouched. I made coffee, set up my woodblock, and tried to focus on my own work. By midday, I'd finished half of a small all carving when I heard something faint at the scrape of wood against wood. It came from behind me, near the wall where the carvings were arranged. I turned. Nothing had changed. I laughed under my breath and blamed the wind. But the sound came again. A slow drag, as if something was being shifted along the floorboards. This time I walked over and ran my hand along the shelf. The wood felt warm, almost like someone had just touched it. That night, I double-checked the locks before bed. I even wedged a chair under the door handle, something I hadn't done since I was a teenager home alone. The forest was still quiet, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. At around 3 in the morning, I woke up suddenly. The cabin was dark except for the thin silver light of the moon leaking through the curtains. There was a noise, soft and rhythmic. It took me a few seconds to place it, the sound of carving. A slow, deliberate scrape of a blade against wood. I froze. My carving knives were in the workshop area, about 10 feet from my bed. The sound was coming from there. I lay perfectly still, listening. The scraping continued, patient, steady. Then it stopped. For a few moments, all I could hear was my own breathing. I didn't move. My pulse was so loud it filled my ears. After what felt like minutes, I reached for my flashlight and clicked it on. The beam caught nothing unusual. The workbench was empty, the tools neatly arranged. I swung the light toward the shelves. My stomach dropped. The tall carving near the kitchen, the one with the wide mouth, was gone. I sat up, scanning the room, the corners, the floor. The carving wasn't anywhere. My eyes caught something near the window instead, sawdust. A thin line of it across the floor, leading toward the door. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat upright, flashlight on, waiting for dawn. When the morning light finally filled the room, I saw it again, a new carving on the table. Bigger this time, about a foot tall. The details were clearer, a woman standing near a window, holding a flashlight. Her hair was tied back the way mine was. Her mouth was open just a little wider than the rest. I couldn't move for a long time. The air inside the cabin was heavy, thick with the smell of fresh-cut cedar. My hands were trembling when I picked up the carving. The back was still rough, unfinished. Whoever or whatever made it hadn't had time to sand it smooth. That's when I decided I couldn't stay another night. I packed my things fast, throwing my tools into the duffel without tearing it to clatter together. I opened the front door and froze again. Right there, carved into the outside of the doorframe, was another face, rough, freshly cut, the wood chips still clinging to the grooves. The mouth on this one was stretched nearly ear to ear. I grabbed my bag, stepped outside, and started down the dirt path toward the road. My boots crunched on frost-hardened leaves. The forest was still. I didn't look back until I reached the edge of the clearing. When I finally did, I saw the cabin framed by the trees and something else. Through the front window, I could see movement. A shape standing near the workbench, its arms bent at strange angles, as if still carving. That was this morning. I'm writing this from a small diner in town, just a few miles away. My hands won't stop shaking. I keep thinking about the last carving, the one of me. The mouth wasn't just open wider. It was smiling. I told myself I wouldn't go back. I told myself to call the owner, leave the key at the diner, and head home. But after an hour of staring into my coffee and trying to convince myself I hadn't imagined everything, I knew I'd have to see the cabin again. You don't just forget something like that. I needed proof, something to explain what had happened, even if it was only a trick of the light or my own exhaustion twisting things in my head. So, by early afternoon, I found myself driving the gravel road back into the forest. The fog had rolled in, thick and pale, curling around the trees like smoke. Every turn of the road felt slower, quieter. The forest didn't look the same in daylight. It seemed smaller, pressed in. I remember thinking the silence was heavier than it had been that morning, as if everything was waiting. When I parked and stepped out, the air was sharp with the smell of wet wood. The cabin stood just as I'd left it, weathered siding, small porch, empty windows, but the front door was closed again. I hadn't closed it. I almost turned back right there. But then I noticed something that made my throat tighten, wood shavings. Fresh ones scattered across the porch. Tiny curls of cedar, still damp from the morning dew. I reached for the handle. It was cold, almost sticky with resin. When I pushed the door open, it gave a long groan, like it hadn't been moved in years. The smell hit me first, raw wood, varnish, and something faintly metallic underneath. My workbench was empty. The shelves were full again, but different. The arrangement had changed. The figures weren't where they'd been. Some faced outward now, others turned toward each other like they were whispering. And at the center of the room, standing where my workbench used to be, was a new carving. It was taller than the rest, almost as tall as I was. A woman, carved from a single log, arms at her sides, head tilted just slightly. The face was half-finished, rough at the edges, but the mouth was wide, carved open in a deep hollow that showed the grain spiraling inward like a throat. Her hair was pulled back the same way as mine. My pulse roared in my ears. I took a step back and hit something solid behind me. When I turned, I realized it was another carving, a man this time, mouth stretched open too wide, teeth chiseled into jagged points. I stumbled sideways and the floor creaked. From the corner, one of the smaller figures tipped over and fell to the ground with a dry clack. The sound echoed. Then something else followed it. A faint, dragging noise from the back room. The scrape of wood against wood, slow and deliberate. I wanted to run. I wanted to be the kind of person who hears that sound and doesn't hesitate, but I didn't move. Instead, I reached for my flashlight again, though it was broad daylight filtering through the windows. I turned the beam toward the narrow hallway that led to the bedroom. The floorboards creaked under my weight as I moved closer. The dragging stopped. "Hello?" I said. My voice sounded thin. No answer. The door to the bedroom was slightly open. I could see the edge of the bed frame, the shape of my half-packed duffel on the floor. I pushed the door wider, just a few inches. The smell of varnish was stronger here, mixed with something sour and damp. That's when I saw it on the bed. Another carving. Smaller this time, lying flat on its back, like it had been placed there carefully. It was me again. The details were finer this time. The curve of the jaw, the collar of my flannel shirt, the way my hands rested near my sides. The mouth, though, that was the same. Too wide, too deep. I reached out with shaking fingers and touched the edge of the carving. It was warm. Not like wood should be. Warm like skin under sunlight. I jerked my hand back and almost dropped the flashlight. When I looked again, I saw movement, just a flicker from the shadow under the bed. Something shifted there, slow and steady. The flashlight beam trembled as I angled it lower. For a second, I thought it was another carving, something half-finished. But then it moved again, dragging itself just enough that I saw fingers. Thin, wooden fingers, jointed wrong, the surface cracked and pale. They gripped the floorboards like roots breaking through soil. I ran. I don't remember how I got to the door. I think I knocked over 3 or 4 of the carvings in my rush. I just remember the thudding of my boots and the feeling that the cabin was breathing around me, every board flexing, every shadow leaning closer. I didn't stop until I was outside, gasping, hands scraped raw from where I'd hit the porch rail. When I turned back, the cabin looked still again. Silent. Nothing at the window, nothing moving behind the glass. I should have kept walking. I should have left for good. But my eyes caught something on the ground, half buried in sawdust near the steps, a carving knife. My carving knife. The handle was smeared with something dark. I picked it up without thinking, and when I turned it over, I saw the initials etched into the blade. NK. It was mine, but the edge had been worn dull from use. I hadn't used it since the day before. I dropped it and backed away. By the time I made it to my car, the fog was so thick I couldn't see 10 feet ahead. I drove without direction, following the gravel road until it turned to asphalt, until the trees thinned out. Every mile put distance between me and that place, but the smell of cedar stayed on my hands no matter how much I wiped them on my jeans. When I finally reached the main road, I stopped to breathe. The light was fading fast, the horizon turning the same gray as the fog. I looked down at my phone, intending to call the owner or maybe the sheriff, but something made me freeze. There was a photo open on my screen. I hadn't taken it. It was dark, grainy, taken from a low angle, like someone holding a camera at chest height. It showed the inside of the cabin, the shelves, the carvings, and me, standing at the workbench, carving. The timestamp said it was taken last night. I didn't take that picture. I don't even remember touching my phone. I'm sitting in my car now, writing this while the last bit of daylight disappears behind the trees. I can still smell that varnish, faint but there, like it followed me out here. I keep glancing at the mirror, half expecting to see something behind me. There's only one thing that scares me more than going back. The thought that whatever carved those figures didn't stay there. When I look at my hands under the dim light, I notice something I didn't before. The skin around my fingertips splintered. Pale. And when I touch my face, my lips feel stiff. Like they've been carved into a smile that's just a little too wide. My name is Jonah Beck, and I serve as a forest volunteer with the Oregon Department of Forestry. I've spent most of my weekends monitoring radio check-ins, logging trail conditions, and clearing fallen branches from service roads in the Tillamook State Forest. I know the sound of this forest, the chatter of jays, the distant rush of the Wilson River, the low hum of the generator in the ranger shed. But last Saturday, the forest went quiet in a way I've never heard before. It began as static, thin, gray, and whispering through my shortwave radio. I was stationed at the Old Pine Rest Outpost, a wooden structure used by trail crews in the 1970s. It sits 10 miles up a logging road that barely exists now, surrounded by pines so tall their tops blur into mist. The outpost is powered by a small diesel generator that's older than I am, and the only contact I usually get out there is through a two-way shortwave unit that connects to the main ranger base near Lee's camp. Around 6:40 p.m., the sun had started to dip behind the ridge line. I was recording notes on fallen timber when my radio cracked to life. At first, I thought it was the base calling for a check-in, but the voice that came through wasn't one I recognized. It was my own. Jonah, the transmission said, distorted and broken by static. Don't go outside. I froze. The words were drawn out, trembling like the signal was being dragged through a tunnel. I waited, leaning closer, convinced I had misheard. Then it came again, clearer this time, urgent. Jonah, please, don't go outside. The generator coughed once, sputtering as if reacting to the same moment. My hand hovered over the radio dial. I've heard weird feedback before, ghost signals, reflections bouncing off the canyon walls, but never my own voice. I hadn't transmitted anything. I keyed the mic base. This is Beck at Pine Rest. I'm getting interference. Confirmed signal. No answer. Just static. Outside, the woods dimmed faster than they should have. It happens in this part of Oregon. Light folds away early under the canopy, but that night it felt wrong. The air had a weight to it, like the forest was holding its breath. I checked my watch. 6:48. The radio hissed again. I turned the volume down, but the sound sharpened into a pitch that set my teeth on edge. For a split second, I heard something underneath the static, a low echo, almost a word, repeating. My name again. I stepped away from the desk, forcing myself to breathe evenly. My phone had no service, of course. The generator light flickered once and steadied. I told myself it was feedback from the diesel engine, some kind of loop from earlier transmissions. Rational explanations. That's what the training manual says. Always eliminate the obvious first. So I started logging the anomaly in my notebook. 6:48 p.m. shortwave echo, possible cross-frequency loop. My handwriting trembled slightly. I don't scare easily out here. I've done solo overnights in storms that could peel bark off trees. But something about hearing your own voice, your own pleading voice, cuts through that rational layer fast. I sat back at the desk, eyes on the window. Pine Rest's single pane of glass faced the clearing where the generator sat, its dull metallic frame half swallowed by weeds. The treeline beyond it looked darker than usual, like the pines were shifting closer. The radio hissed again. This time, the tone changed, softer, almost exhausted. Jonah, please, don't. The voice was mine, but slower. The hairs on my arms rose. I turned the radio off entirely, yanking the power cord out. The static didn't stop. It grew louder, like the sound was coming from somewhere else, inside the cabin walls, from the nails, from the floorboards themselves. Then it stopped. Just cut off. The silence that followed didn't sound like ordinary quiet. It was the kind of silence you feel in your ribs. The forest had gone still, no wind, no crickets, no branches creaking against each other. I stood there for a long time, watching the window. The light outside was nearly gone. The trees looked motionless, frozen mid-breath. When I finally moved, I reached for my flashlight and stepped toward the door. The rules say you don't leave the outpost after dark alone. But I needed to check the generator. It powered both the lights and the emergency beacon, and if it died, I'd be stranded until morning. Before I opened the door, the radio came back to life on its own. The voice snapped through the static, sharp, desperate. "Don't go outside." I slammed the door shut. The force of it rattled the window. My heart pounded so hard I could hear it echoing. The sound faded again into static, then silence. I backed away slowly. My flashlight beam trembled across the walls, landing on the old map tacked near the bunk. Every trail line looked familiar until I saw one that shouldn't exist. A faint pencil mark had been drawn between Pine Rest and the next ridge over, labeled Static Pines. I'd never seen that name before. It wasn't in any official registry. I checked the base map copy I carried in my field bag. The line wasn't there. Someone had added it later. The generator outside pulsed once, the low hum fading into a groan before catching again. I turned toward the sound, and for just a second, I thought I saw movement, a shadow crossing between the trees. I stood at the window, trying to make sense of it. The shape was tall, human maybe, but still. Completely still. It stood just past the clearing where the first ring of pines began. Then the radio, unplugged, silent a moment ago, spoke one last time, its speaker crackling faintly. "Jonah," it whispered. "You already went outside." The air around me seemed to tighten. My throat went dry. I looked back out the window. The clearing was empty. I didn't sleep that night. The generator stuttered every few minutes, and the static sometimes whispered faint syllables I couldn't fully catch. I wrote down everything, time-stamped every noise. When dawn finally came, the silence lifted just enough for me to hear the forest again, the wind, the crows, the brittle hum of insects waking. I packed my gear and reported the incident over the radio once the line stabilized. Base told me the shortwave had been down all night. They hadn't heard a word from me since 6:30 p.m. Before I left, I checked the map again. The pencil trail labeled Static Pines was gone. The paper was smooth where the graphite should have been. But when I stepped outside, I noticed fresh footprints leading from the cabin door into the trees. They matched my boots perfectly, stride, tread, everything. Only they didn't come back. The footprints vanished about 20 yards past the tree line. They ended abruptly in the thick carpet of needles, like whoever made them simply stopped existing. I crouched down, tracing the edge of the last print with my glove. My own boot fit perfectly inside it. Same heel scuff. Same pattern of wear. The forest around me looked unchanged in daylight, yet something in the air felt wrong. Normally, even the quietest mornings in Tillamook have a rhythm, the drip of dew from the branches, the distant knock of a woodpecker, a stream murmuring somewhere downhill. But now, all that sound seemed muffled, as if the pines themselves were absorbing it. I followed the direction of the prints for maybe 50 feet before the forest started to tilt in a way I couldn't explain. Every tree looked identical, straight trunks rising like pillars in a green cathedral, but I realized the light wasn't shifting as it should. The sun was climbing, yet the shadows stayed long, running north when they should have been east. Something deep in my chest told me to turn back. I retraced my steps, but when I reached what should have been the clearing, there was no cabin. Just trees. Endless, even rows of them. I spun in a slow circle, the panic blooming too fast to reason through. I'd been coming to Pine Rest for 3 years. I knew this ground. There was no way I'd walked far enough to lose the cabin entirely. Then, faintly, through the still air, came a crackle. The static. It buzzed from somewhere close, pulsing faintly like a heartbeat. I followed the sound, pushing through ferns until I found it, a small portable radio, half buried at the base of a stump. It was my radio. The same unit I'd unplugged and left on the desk inside the outpost. I picked it up. The casing was cold enough to sting my hand. Static hissed through the speaker. Beneath it, a voice, mine again, but quieter, weaker. "Jonah, don't keep walking." My stomach dropped. What the hell is this? I muttered, my voice shaking. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the trees. The forest didn't answer. I checked the dial, same frequency as the outpost channel. 143.6. I pressed the transmit button. Base, this is Beck. I think I'm lost. Copy? No response. I switched frequencies. Nothing but that thin static whisper that almost formed words. Then, just as I started to lower the radio, something flickered between the trees. Movement like a figure stepping briefly into view before vanishing behind a trunk. Too fast to see clearly. Hey! I called out. My voice echoed strangely, bouncing back faster than it should have, almost overlapping itself. The forest repeated the sound a split second later, my own shout, distorted. Hey! I froze. The radio sputtered again. My voice clearer now. Don't look toward it. I couldn't help it. I turned my head. Something stood about 30 yards away, perfectly still among the pines. It was shaped like a man, but too tall, the proportions slightly off. Its outline seemed to flicker, sharp one moment, then blurred the next, as though the static itself had taken shape. My breath caught. I took a step back. The radio whined. If you move, it'll move. The figure twitched, like it had been waiting for that cue. I stood motionless, heart hammering, trying to think. I'd done SAR training. I knew about hypothermia hallucinations, about disorientation in forests dense enough to swallow your sense of direction. But this wasn't confusion. This was something watching. The figure took one slow step forward, its shape bending slightly at the edges. The sound that came with it wasn't a footstep, it was static, rising and falling like a broken transmission. I forced myself to stay calm. You're not real, I whispered. It tilted its head. The radio flared again. My voice, sounding terrified, Jonah, it is real. Don't let it speak. Before I could process what that meant, the figure began to move its mouth. No sound came out, just a sharp crack of feedback through the radio, like the signal tearing open. The pain hit my ears instantly. I dropped the radio. It landed face down, still hissing. When I looked back up, the figure was gone. The forest seemed to exhale, the pressure in the air easing slightly. I bent down to grab the radio, but now it was silent. I checked the battery, it was completely drained, though it had been full that morning. I started walking, trying to orient myself by slope and light. I figured if I moved downhill long enough, I'd hit the service road or the Wilson River Trail. I walked for maybe an hour, but the forest didn't change. The same incline, the same arrangement of fallen logs, the same small cluster of mushrooms by a root. It was like walking through a loop. Around 9 a.m., I found the cabin again. At least, I thought I did. It looked the same, down to the dent in the roofline, but when I opened the door, the interior was different. Dustier, older. The logbook on the desk wasn't mine. It was yellowed, dated 1978. I flipped through it with shaking hands. Most entries were ordinary maintenance notes, trail reports, crew sign-ins. But the last page stopped me cold. July 8th, 1978. Static Pines Anomaly. Volunteer Jonah B. Transmission received. Subject missing. Do not send additional personnel. My vision blurred. My throat locked up. My name written 47 years before I was even born. The radio on the desk flicked on by itself. Static filled the cabin again, deeper now, pulsing. Through it, a voice whispered, low and hoarse. You shouldn't have gone outside. I stumbled back, slamming into the doorframe. Outside, the forest had gone gray again, the color draining from the pines. It was as if the daylight had thinned to static tube particles flickering faintly in the air. Then, from deep within the trees, came a sound like every pine trunk exhaling at once, a low, endless hiss. I ran. I don't remember the next half hour clearly. The trees stretched in all directions, no landmarks, no change in terrain. Every few seconds, I'd hear faint radio feedback behind me, following my pace. Once, I swore I heard my own footsteps out of sync with mine, half a beat behind. When I finally burst out onto the old service road, sunlight hit me like a shock. My knees gave out. I stayed there until the sound stopped completely. By the time the rescue team found me that evening, I'd walked 12 miles off route. My GPS log showed impossible data. At one point, it marked my coordinates moving in 2 directions simultaneously. The Rangers took me back to Lee's camp and confiscated the shortwave unit for testing. They said the broadcast log showed no transmission from Pine Rest after 6:30 p.m. The generator had failed at 6:41. When I returned to the site a week later, the cabin was gone. Just an empty clearing, the grass undisturbed. The foundation stones were still there, but nothing built on them. Sometimes, when I drive past the old logging roads, my radio catches a flicker of static. And every once in a while, beneath that hiss, I hear my voice again, slow, distant. "Jonah," it says. "You made it out. But don't stop here." Every time it says that, the pines outside my window stand a little too still. My name is Madeline Shore. I am a graduate student in architecture at the University of Idaho, specializing in off-grid residential design. For my thesis, I chose to focus on small, sustainable cabins built in remote forest regions and structures meant to blend with their natural surroundings, using passive heating and minimal electricity. My advisor connected me with a retired surveyor named Carl Jensen who owned a parcel of forest near McCall. He'd offered the use of an old cabin on his land for field research. The cabin was supposed to be a simple single-story build from the 1970s, compact, functional, and, according to county records, roughly 520 square feet. There was nothing remarkable about it on paper. But the moment I saw it, something felt off. It stood at the base of a slope covered in dense pine. The roofline looked uneven, as though one side had been lifted slightly higher. The wood siding had grayed into silver tones, warped from years of snow and sun. The windows reflected nothing, just a dull matte. There was no road access, only a rutted trail that ended about half a mile away, where I left my rental truck and carried my supplies in. Inside, the air was stale but intact, scented faintly of ash and cedar. A narrow kitchen opened into a main living area with a wood stove, a small desk, and a ladder leading up into what I assumed was a storage crawl space tucked under the gable roof. When I climbed halfway up, though, I saw that the opening above didn't lead anywhere. It was sealed with plywood. There was no loft at all, just a flat barrier overhead. I took photos for documentation, sketched the dimensions, and spent most of the first 2 days drawing preliminary plans. My blueprint confirmed what the record stated: 1 floor, no second level. By the 3rd night, I had settled into a routine. The forest outside was quiet except for the occasional snap of branches or an owl's call. My solar lantern cast a dim amber light over the table as I worked. Sometime around midnight, as I redrew a cross-section of the roofline, I heard something faint above me. It was soft wood creaking, a shifting sound, like someone repositioning their weight. My pencil paused midline. The stove had burned low, and in the silence between the crackling embers, I heard it again, a slow step, then another. Directly overhead. I looked up at the ceiling. The beams ran clean across the room, no hollow space between them that could support weight. Still, the sound repeated, steady and deliberate. I stood, listening. The steps seemed to cross from one side of the cabin to the other, stopping above the ladder. When I finally climbed up to check, I found the plywood panel untouched. I pressed my hand to it. It was cold. I remember standing there, halfway between the main floor and that sealed opening, trying to rationalize it. Thermal expansion. Mice in the roof cavity. Settling timber. I told myself all of it could explain those sounds. I wanted it to. The next day I called Carl, mostly to ask about the roof. He sounded surprised when I mentioned the boarded section. "No, there shouldn't be any loft," he said. The cabin was built open plan. Whoever sealed it probably just didn't want heat escaping. I asked if he'd been up there recently. He laughed quietly. "Not since the 90s. Roof still solid?" "It's fine," I said. I didn't tell him about the footsteps. That afternoon I hiked around the property to photograph the external roofline. From outside, the pitch looked steeper than I'd estimated. The right-hand gable seemed taller. There was also a faint rectangular outline under the eaves, like an old window had once been framed in and sealed. That night, I tried to focus on my drawings. Around 10 p.m., I lit the stove again and set up my drafting light. I forced myself not to glance upward. But a little after midnight, it started again. A faint dragging noise. Then the sound of weight shifting. My stomach tightened. I turned off the light, leaving only the flicker of the fire. The ceiling creaked, one slow movement at a time. This time, I could swear I heard the wood bending under pressure. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it upward. Nothing but the flat surface of the boards. But now I could see faint discoloration, dark, uneven stains running along the seams of the planks. I hadn't noticed them before. I climbed halfway up the ladder, my pulse racing. I held the flashlight beam against the panel. The marks weren't just stains. They were prints smudged, overlapping, shaped like fingers pressed from above. I froze. Then, quietly, something tapped back. Once. Twice. Directly above where I was standing. I stumbled down, nearly slipping on the last run. My flashlight beam jerked across the room, landing on my blueprints. The pencil lines looked crooked now, trembling slightly in the low light. I didn't sleep that night. I sat near the stove, trying to reason through what I'd seen. The rational side of me kept reaching for explanations, animal nesting, an old vent cavity, maybe even echoes from trees shifting outside. But none of that explained the sound of deliberate footsteps. None explained the shape of those prints. By dawn, the forest outside had gone eerily still. Even the birds didn't start up right away. I stepped outside for air, the ground cold under my boots. The roof looked unchanged, the same warped lines, the same dull wood. But as I walked around to the back of the cabin, I noticed something new. Above the rear wall, tucked under the gable, was a small square vent I hadn't seen before. It was old, rimmed with rust, and just large enough for a hand to fit through. I climbed onto a rock for a better view. Inside the vent, something pale was wedged in the shadows of cloth, maybe insulation. But when I reached up with a stick to nudge it, it shifted away on its own, pulling deeper into the dark. I dropped the stick. That was the moment I decided to leave. I packed my equipment, sealed my notes, and loaded everything back toward the trail. But as I slung my bag over my shoulder and turned to lock the door, I heard movement again. From inside the cabin. Above me. A steady dragging sound, crossing the ceiling, slow and deliberate. Then, unmistakably, 3 soft knocks from within the sealed loft. I don't remember making the walk back to my truck. The next clear memory I have is starting the engine and driving until the forest broke into sunlight. Later, when I reviewed the photos, I found one I didn't remember taking. It was angled upward, directly beneath the ceiling panel. The focus was poor, blurred by motion, but in the corner of the frame, against the wood grain, there was a faint impression of a face. Not drawn. Not carved. Pressed into the wood from the other side. I didn't go back to campus right away. I stopped at a diner in McCall, ordered coffee, and sat there long enough for the waitress to refill my cup twice without asking if I was okay. My hand shook every time I lifted it. I told myself it was just exhaustion, isolation, a long week with too much caffeine and not enough light. That was easier to accept than the idea that something had been moving above me in a place that wasn't supposed to exist. By the time I reached Moscow the next evening, I'd convinced myself I'd overreacted. I could write the report without mentioning what happened. No one would ever see those pictures but me. But when I opened my laptop to start drafting, the folder of site photos was already open. I hadn't left it that way. The thumbnail of that blurred picture, the one showing the faint face, was at the top. The timestamp said 3:17 a.m. I was awake at that time, staring at the ceiling, too afraid to move. I never touched the camera. I deleted the photo. Then I emptied the trash bin. But the next morning, When I turned on my laptop again, it was back, same name, same timestamp, same blurred, pale imprint. I stopped working for a few days, tried to reset my schedule, but every night around that same hour, 3 to 3:20, I'd wake to faint sounds from my ceiling. Creaks. Slow, shifting weight. I lived in a second-floor apartment. There was no attic, no crawl space. The only thing above me was the roof. On the fifth night, I drove back to campus and found my advisor, Professor Easton, still in his office. I didn't tell him everything, just that I thought the blueprints of the Jensen cabin were inconsistent, and I wanted permission to revisit the site for verification. He looked up from his notes, frowning. The Jensen parcel? Yes. The one near McCall. He took a long pause. Madeline, that property was condemned in 2003. The county records were archived, but the structure burned that same year. There's nothing to revisit. I felt my throat tighten. No, I just stayed there. Last week. Easton stared at me for a long moment, then turned to his filing cabinet. He pulled out a yellow manila folder, flipped through a few photocopied pages, and slid one across the desk. It was a newspaper clipping, Fire Destroys Remote Cabin, one missing. The date was April 2003. I scanned the article, breath catching on the details. Carl Jensen reported seeing smoke rising from his property near Payette National Forest. When authorities arrived, they found the cabin reduced to its foundation. The remains of one occupant, identity unconfirmed, were recovered in the debris. I looked up. But Carl, he's the one who offered me the cabin. I spoke to him. Easton frowned again. Carl Jensen passed away years ago. Heart attack, I think. He waited for me to say something else. I didn't. I just sat there, listening to the blood pound in my ears. That night, back in my apartment, I tried to convince myself it was some kind of clerical mistake. Maybe there was another parcel, another cabin, another Jensen. Maybe I'd misunderstood him. But as I went through my notes, a sheet of tracing paper fell out from between the sketches. It wasn't mine. It was an old, hand-drawn cross-section of the same cabin, but this version showed a small upper loft labeled attic sleeping area. A faint pencil note in the margin read, "Leave sealed until survey complete." The handwriting didn't match mine, or anyone's from my department. I tried to sleep, but every few minutes I'd hear another noise above me. A shifting, a faint dragging sound that moved from one corner of the room to the other. When I turned on the light, it stopped. At 3:14 a.m., my phone lit up. Unknown number. The caller ID flashed once and vanished before I could answer. Then, faintly through the quiet, I heard something from the ceiling. 3 slow knocks. I sat frozen on the edge of my bed, waiting for it to stop. When I finally worked up the courage to move, I climbed onto my desk chair and pressed my palm against the plaster. Cold. Perfectly still. I didn't hear anything else until dawn. The next day, I went to the city records office and requested the original blueprints of the Jensen property. The clerk, an older woman, returned with a rolled set of plans dated 1974. As she set them down, she said softly, "You're the second student to ask for these this year." I looked up. Who was the first? She hesitated. A young man named T. Halpern. Architecture program 2, I think. Never came back to return the file. When I unrolled the plans, my breath caught. The drawing matched my own sketches, except for one difference. There, faintly penciled near the roofline, was a square hatch marked loft access, sealed. My notes from the field matched the location exactly. That night, I couldn't bring myself to go home. I stayed in the studio, trying to finish my drawings under the fluorescent lights. Around 2:50 a.m., the building was empty. My laptop was open, the faint hum of the ventilation system the only sound. Then, from the corner of the room, I heard something scrape across the tile. I turned. My blueprint roll had slid off the table on its own. The paper unfurled slowly, stopping at the section drawing the roof. Someone, or something, had drawn over the hatch in thick graphite, darkening it into an empty square. Then the lights flickered. I grabbed my bag and left, leaving everything behind. I drove until sunrise, pulling off on a turnout overlooking the forested valley below. The air was clean, bright, the kind of morning that usually resets everything. But when I checked my phone, there was a new voicemail. The number was blank. When I played it, the recording was faint, crackling, distant. At first, I thought it was static. Then I heard movement. Footsteps. And then, my own voice whispering, "Don't go back to the loft." The message ended with a hollow sound, 3 slow knocks. I never returned to the university. I changed programs, moved out of state, left everything from that thesis behind. But sometimes, late at night, when the house settles and the ceiling shifts, I still hear it, that soft drag across the boards, followed by a slow, deliberate step. The worst part isn't the sound itself. It's that I know what comes next. The 3 knocks. And the faint voice, just above the ceiling, whispering my name. My name is Owen Pike, and I am a long-distance hiker. I've spent most of my adult life walking from one ridge to another, crossing states through thin dirt trails and fading tree lines. The Cascades have always been my favorite, wild, unpredictable, and humbling in a way that reminds you how small you are. It was early October when I decided to take a solo section of the Pacific Crest Trail, planning to spend 2 nights off-route to explore an older, unofficial spur I'd heard about from another hiker. He called it the Forgotten Ridge, a place where the map stops but the trail doesn't. The air that morning was sharp, the kind that carried the scent of pine resin and something faintly metallic from the damp rocks. My pack was heavy with rations, and the silence was almost absolute except for the crunch of my boots and the occasional scolding of a jay overhead. I'd gone about 5 hours without seeing another person, which wasn't unusual for this stretch of forest. Then I noticed it, smoke. It was faint at first, a thin gray ribbon twisting between the evergreens about a half-mile ahead, rising steady against the pale sky. For a moment, I thought it might be a backcountry campsite. But the Forest Service had banned open fires weeks ago due to the dry wind warnings. It didn't look like a wildfire either, too contained, too deliberate. Curiosity pulled me forward. I followed a faint game trail uphill, pushing through huckleberry thickets and damp brush. My GPS signal flickered once, then steadied. The higher I climbed, the stronger the smell became, burnt wood, but oddly sweet, like cedar mixed with something chemical. I crested the ridge and saw it. A small cabin stood in a clearing no larger than a tennis court, surrounded by tall firs. The roof sagged slightly at one corner, its boards grayed by time. Smoke poured lazily from a rusted metal chimney, curling up into the open air. I stopped at the edge of the clearing. There were no footprints, no tire marks, nothing to suggest recent activity. But the fire was burning clearly and confidently. A soft crackle echoed in the stillness. "Hello?" I called out, my voice catching a little. "Anyone here?" No answer. The only movement came from a few yellow leaves drifting down from the trees. The hairs on my arms rose. After a few seconds of indecision, I approached the cabin. The door was closed but not locked. I knocked, waited, and when silence pressed back against me, I turned the handle. The hinges groaned. Inside, the air was warm, comfortably so, and thick with the scent of smoke and something else, faintly medicinal, like antiseptic wipes. A small wood stove glowed in the corner, its iron door cracked open. The fire inside was steady, the logs reduced to glowing coals. I knelt and saw fresh wood stacked neatly beside it. Whoever had started the fire couldn't have done so long ago. Then I noticed the sleeping bag. It lay on the floor against the far wall, zipped all the way to the top. No pillow, no indentation, just a smooth, closed shape. The gear around it, an old camp stove, enamel mug, and half-empty fuel canister, were coated in a thin layer of dust. But the sleeping bag was spotless. Untouched. Something about the contrast made my stomach turn. I spoke again, quieter this time. "Hey, if someone's here, I'm not here to bother you. Just making sure you're okay." Nothing. I knelt beside the sleeping bag. My hand hovered over the zipper. The silence of the forest pressed in through the thin walls, broken only by the slow pop of burning sap. Every instinct screamed that this wasn't right. Fires don't keep themselves alive. Cabins don't maintain warmth after months of neglect. I stood up and scanned the space again. There were no footprints on the dusty floorboards except mine. The single window was fogged with condensation. Through it, I could see the clearing outside, motionless and gray. I thought about leaving right then. But some part of me, the rational, problem-solving part, refused to accept what I was seeing. Fires meant people. Someone had to be nearby. Maybe they'd stepped out to fetch water. Maybe they'd be back any minute. I grabbed my handheld radio and checked the frequency, broadcasting a quick message. This is Hiker Owen Pike, near the Cascade East Ridge, off-trail cabin sighted, visible smoke plume. Anyone else in the area, respond. Static. I waited, sent another transmission. More static. Then, just for half a second, a faint voice came through, garbled, slow. I caught only 2 words before it cut off completely. Still there. The radio went silent again. I felt the temperature shift. Not a breeze, but an absence, the warmth from the stove no longer reaching the far corners of the room. I turned to check the fire, but the coals inside had gone dull. I blinked. It hadn't even been a minute. Something creaked above me. I looked up. The cabin ceiling was low, and a ladder led up to a small loft area, shadowed and dark. The sound had come from up there, like a boot scraping against wood. Hello? No answer. I stepped toward the ladder. My flashlight beam trembled against the rungs, dust motes swirling in the narrow beam. I was half expecting to see a raccoon or maybe a squirrel nest. But as I climbed halfway up, the air grew heavier, the same antiseptic smell filling my throat. At the top, I raised the light. The loft was empty, bare boards, a few old blankets, nothing else. But there was a depression in the dust. A long, narrow impression, as if someone or something had been lying there recently. That was when I heard the zipper. A faint, deliberate rasp came from below. I froze. The sleeping bag. Each sound of the zipper sliding open came slow, steady, metallic. My pulse slammed against my ribs. I descended the ladder as quietly as I could, the wood groaning beneath my weight. When I reached the floor, I saw it. The sleeping bag was open halfway down. The flap had folded outward. But there was nothing inside. No person, no shape, no trace of movement except for the faint indentation where something had rested. The air above it shimmered slightly, like heat distortion. I stepped back, hand shaking around my flashlight. The temperature in the cabin had dropped sharply. My breath came up visible, misting in front of my face. Behind me, the fire flared. I turned just in time to see a column of flame rise up through the open stove door, unnaturally bright, then collapse inward with a deep sucking sound, leaving only blackness. The door of the cabin swung shut with a thud. I lunged for it, twisted the handle. It wouldn't budge. The windows were fogged opaque now, as if something pressed against them from the outside. And beneath it all, I began to hear it. Not a voice, exactly. A rhythm. A sound like breath moving through wood, slow and hollow, in and out, coming from beneath the floorboards. I backed toward the wall, gripping my pack strap. The sleeping bag lay open in the dimness, perfectly still. Then the zipper began to close again on its own. I didn't move. I just watched as the zipper slid shut, inch by inch, the metal teeth glinting faintly in the half light. There was no visible movement, no draft, nothing mechanical about it. It simply closed, like invisible fingers guiding it. When it sealed at the top, the air went still again. I wanted to believe I was hallucinating. Exhaustion, low blood sugar, altitude, anything. But the smell was too sharp, too vivid. The antiseptic tang mixed with the heavy scent of burnt wood until I could almost taste it on my tongue. The breathing sound below the floor had stopped. I took one careful step toward the door again. The handle turned this time, slowly. Cold air rushed in the moment I pulled it open, and the forest greeted me with its same eerie stillness. No birds, no wind. The smoke from the chimney rose straight up, unbroken. I stepped outside, half expecting to see someone in the tree line. Nothing. The clearing looked smaller than before, as if the cabin had shifted closer to the trees. I moved to the side of the cabin to check for tracks. There were none, not mine, not anyone's. The ground was too dry, but still, I should have left a mark in the pine needles. I crouched, dragging my fingers through them, and found a thin layer of frost underneath. The kind that shouldn't exist at this elevation or hour. When I looked back toward the cabin, I noticed something that hadn't been there before. The chimney had gone dark. No more smoke. It wasn't possible. The fire had been burning less than 2 minutes ago. I stepped inside again, heart hammering. The wood stove was cold. Not just cooling cold, like it hadn't been lit all day. The air in the cabin was different too, heavy with the smell of old ash instead of live fire. My breath came out in white wisps. The sleeping bag was still zipped. That small detail, that single, stupid fact unraveled everything. It meant whatever had just happened hadn't left behind warmth, or time, or sequence. It meant I wasn't following events. I was circling them. I took a picture with my phone. The flash lit the room for a split second, bright enough to make my eyes sting. The photo showed exactly what I saw, except for one thing. In the picture, the sleeping bag wasn't zipped. It was open, wide. And in the frame above it, faintly visible near the ceiling, was the outline of a human face, pale and blurred, like someone caught mid-motion. I backed out of the cabin, pulse roaring in my ears. My radio crackled once more, loud this time. "Don't stay." The voice was male, sharp and urgent, but gone before I could respond. I started back down the hill, retracing the faint trail I'd used to get up there. But after 20 minutes of walking, I realized the trees around me were the same ones I'd passed earlier. The same fallen log. The same jagged stump with a moss pattern that looked like a handprint. I checked my GPS again. The screen showed my position as a flickering dot, jumping between two coordinates about half a mile apart. The compass spun once, stopped, then spun again. "Not possible," I muttered. The trail curved left, descending slightly toward what should have been a creek bed. But the air smelled of smoke again. I looked up, and there it was. The cabin. Same clearing, same shape, same rising chimney smoke that shouldn't have existed anymore. I stopped dead. The photo on my phone buzzed as if refreshing itself, glitching briefly before freezing on the screen. The image now showed the cabin door open. The sleeping bag gone. I shoved the phone in my pocket and forced myself to keep walking. Straight ahead, away from the smoke, eyes fixed on the tree line. Every instinct screamed that turning back would mean staying lost forever. But after another 100 yards, I heard footsteps. They weren't mine. Soft, even, deliberate. Coming from the trail behind me. I spun around. The trail was empty. Then a sound came like fabric brushing against bark. And another, closer. "Hello?" I called out, voice cracking in the cold. If someone's out here, I don't mean harm. The woods answered with a faint echo of my own voice, delayed by maybe a second. But it wasn't an echo. It was the same tone, the same inflection, only quieter. And it came from ahead. I froze, unsure which direction was safe anymore. The radio crackled again, but this time, the words came through clearly. "Owen Pike. Cabin's not real. Keep moving." I fumbled with the receiver. "Who is this?" "Say again?" Static. "Then don't stop. Not until you reach the cut." The message repeated once, fragmented, then silence. I turned and moved downhill, faster this time, ignoring the branches that whipped at my arms. The slope steepened. I could see a faint opening ahead where the trees thinned, maybe the edge of the ridge. The smell of smoke grew stronger again. When I broke through the tree line, I stopped. The clearing below was the same one I'd left. The same cabin. But this time, The door stood wide open. Through it, I could see movement, shadows shifting, flickering like reflections of firelight. My breath stuttered. There was no wind, yet the smoke from the chimney was pulling inward, not rising out. It flowed back into the cabin like it was being inhaled. I should have run. Instead, I found myself walking forward, as if gravity itself was dragging me closer. The ground seemed to tilt slightly downward with every step, my boots sliding through a layer of ash that hadn't been there before. Inside, the cabin glowed with dim orange light. The wood stove blazed again, logs snapping and hissing. The sleeping bag was gone. Something else was lying where it had been. A second ago, I thought it was a rolled tarp. But then I saw the shape of a shoulder, a boot, the fabric of a jacket that looked almost exactly like mine. The man lying there had my face. Every nerve in me locked at once. I stumbled backward, hitting the door frame. My radio fell from my hand, landing near the figure's outstretched fingers. The faint glow of the coals flickered across my features, his features. The sleeping bag beside him was unzipped now, its edges curling inward like it was waiting for something to fill it. The radio hissed softly one last time. Leave it burning. I bolted. The forest around me seemed to twist as I ran, trees bending inward, paths folding over themselves. The smoke followed, drifting low, chasing like fog. My lungs burned, every breath thick with ash. When I finally stumbled onto the main trail again, daylight had started to break through the trees. I turned back once. There was no cabin. No clearing. Only an unbroken stretch of ridgeline and a faint haze in the air that vanished with the wind. I kept walking until I reached the ranger station that evening. They logged my report but found nothing, no sign of a fire, no old cabin marked on the survey maps, nothing matching my GPS coordinates. But a week later, I got a call from the same ranger. He sounded uneasy. They'd been monitoring satellite heat signatures from that sector. At 2:14 every night since, a small, short-lived thermal flare had appeared on their map. Always at the same coordinates I'd given them. I asked him if it looked like a fire. He hesitated before answering. No, he said. More like a spark. Then gone. I still check those readings every few days. The flare keeps showing up. And every time it does, the smoke plume rises just high enough to see from the trail. My name is Claire Duval. I am a wildlife sound recorder under contract with the Maine Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. My work usually involves cataloging the calls of owls, loons, and coyotes around the northern lakes before winter sets in. I have spent the better part of a decade alone in cabins and forest stations with only microphones and a field recorder for company. I know the patterns of wind through pine, the resonance of shifting ice, and the faint tremor of moose hooves long before I see them. This trip, however, began with something that didn't fit any pattern I knew. The department had given me permission to stay in an old timber cabin off the edge of Moosehead Lake, about 3 miles from the nearest service road. It was originally built by loggers in the 1950s, later refitted for seasonal researchers like me. When I arrived that morning, frost rimmed the windows and the smell of damp pine filled the air. The floorboards creaked under my boots in that familiar, hollow way of places too long unoccupied. I unpacked my equipment, 2 shotgun mics, a parabolic dish, and my Tascam recorder, and started logging ambient sounds before dusk. The timber walls of the cabin were thick and strangely resonant, almost as if the entire structure hummed faintly when I spoke inside it. I wrote that down in my field notes. Cabin acoustics unusually responsive. May amplify wind noise. By sundown, the temperature had dropped below freezing. The woods were unnervingly still. No insects, no loons calling across the lake. I set the microphones outside, one pointing toward the tree-line, the other angled across the frozen inlet. I left the recorder running overnight as usual, and turned in early, with the faint crackle of my camp stove for company. I woke around 1:30 a.m. to a deep rumbling that vibrated through the walls. It wasn't thunder, the sky was clear when I looked out, stars sharp over the lake. The sound came from within the cabin, low and drawn out, like a slow exhale pressed through the wood. I stood in the dark, hand on the wall, and felt it tremble faintly beneath my palm. Then it faded. In the morning, the woods were silent again. I assumed it had been wind trapped in the valley or some pressure shift in the timbers. But when I checked the recording, the hair on my arms lifted. The first few hours were uneventful, distant all calls, the occasional creak. Then, at 1:33 a.m., a low resonance began. It was a layered sound, almost subsonic. As it deepened, there came a second tone underneath, responding in rhythm. Not an echo, more like a reply. The frequencies alternated in a deliberate pattern, like call and response between two entities using the wood itself as a medium. I replayed that section 5 times, each pass leaving me more unsettled. The pattern wasn't random. It was structured. Around noon, I hiked into town for supplies and stopped by the ranger station to ask about old seismic activity in the area. The ranger on duty, a heavy-set man named Vince, shrugged and said there hadn't been any tremors up here in years. But those cabins, he added, were built on a lot of cut-down timber piles. Sometimes the ground shifts when the frost line moves. The whole thing can groan like it's alive. That should have comforted me, but it didn't. The sound on the tape wasn't structural, it had intention. That night, I decided to test it. I set my parabolic mic directly against the north wall where the vibrations had been strongest, ran the recorder live, and waited. At 11 p.m., I said clearly into the room, testing 1, 2. The playback confirmed the initial phrase, then after a few seconds came a long, dragging noise that formed the rough shape of my rhythm. A distorted version, like something trying to mimic me through thick layers of wood. I repeated the test twice more. Each time, the response grew closer to matching the timing of my words, though the pitch remained inhumanly low. By midnight, I could feel the pulse of it through the floorboards. The cabin seemed to breathe. Every time I exhaled, the timber released a faint answering rumble. I shut off the recorder and stepped outside for air. The lake was flat black glass, reflecting the stars. No wind, no movement. Only the faint echo of my heartbeat. When I re-entered, the temperature inside had dropped sharply. My breath hung in front of me. I hadn't left the door open, yet the walls were cold enough to frost. I reached out and touched the wood. It was slick with condensation, vibrating just perceptibly under my fingertips. Something deep within it shifted, like movement inside hollow bark. I backed away, grabbed my flashlight, and checked beneath the floor hatch that led to the crawl space. Dry dirt. Nothing alive. But when I came back up, the flashlight beam caught something new on the far wall, faint, irregular shapes in the grain that hadn't been there before. Not knots, not age lines. More like indentations pressing outward, forming the rough outlines of circles almost like mouths. I tried to convince myself it was a trick of the light. I spent the rest of the night sitting at the table, the recorder still running, forcing myself not to stare at the walls. At 2:07 a.m., the rumbling began again. Louder this time. The timbers quivered as if struck by a distant wave of pressure. My coffee mug slid an inch across the table. I turned up the recording gain and whispered, "Who are you?" The reply came through both the air and the wood. A faint, almost human modulation inside the rumble, Claire. I froze. My name. The recording captured it clearly. A low, distorted mimicry buried under layers of vibration, but undeniably formed of my syllables. I wanted to leave right then, but the way the cabin sat half a mile through dense trees to reach the frozen trail made it impossible in the dark. I stayed until dawn, the recorder running continuously. By morning, the sound had stopped. The shapes in the woods seemed fainter, almost gone. I told myself I dreamed it all, that fatigue had played tricks. I spent the next few hours analyzing the audio, scrubbing the waveform. Each time my voice appeared, the cabin gave an answering tone, slightly delayed, slightly altered, like two sides of the same instrument resonating with one another. When I isolated the lowest frequency bands, I realized something chilling. Beneath my own tests and speech patterns were layers of earlier vibrations, ones that didn't match anything I had recorded. The timestamps suggested they had begun hours before my arrival at the cabin. In other words, the walls had been speaking long before I ever said a word. I kept listening to those hidden layers until my ears rang. The more I filtered the frequencies, the more distinct the rhythm became. A pulse, slow but constant, threading through everything beneath my voice, beneath the natural ambience, even beneath the silences. It wasn't electrical hum or interference. It was biological in cadence. Almost like a heartbeat, only much larger, much slower. Around noon, the wind picked up. The cabin groaned, and for a moment I felt relief, thinking maybe this was all the explanation: shifting air, expanding wood. But when I checked the recorder's live feed, the pattern still repeated underneath the normal sounds, undisturbed by wind. Whatever it was, it didn't come from the weather. By late afternoon, my hands were trembling too badly to write notes. I knew I should leave, but professional instinct kept me tethered. If I could capture whatever this was, a documented source, it might be valuable data. Or maybe I just needed to prove I wasn't losing my mind. I set every microphone I had against the interior walls, syncing them through the main recorder. As night approached, I dimmed the lantern and waited. At 6:48 p.m., the first rumble arrived, soft, rolling, like thunder underwater. Then another, closer. The walls flexed subtly with each pulse. I whispered again into the darkness, "If you can hear me, respond." A pause. Then, through the timber, an answering vibration so deep I felt it in my chest. The waveform on the screen spiked into clean symmetry, perfect call and response. "Why are you here?" I asked. The walls seemed to inhale. A ripple of sound surged through every plank, bending nails, rattling dishes. Then, 3 distinct syllables emerged, drawn out, distorted, but comprehensible. "To echo you." I nearly dropped the recorder. The sound rolled outward, vanishing into the woods. For several minutes, I heard only my own ragged breathing. I forced myself to study the waveform again. Each rumble wasn't random, it contained modulated frequencies that mirrored human speech patterns, only slower, stretched across seconds instead of fractions. The structure was intentional. I should have left then. But instead I kept talking, compelled by something between fear and curiosity. "What are you?" The reply came minutes later. "We are the rest, left in the wood." A chill spread through me that had nothing to do with the cold. I thought of the cabin's history. The original trees fell decades ago, their trunks milled and nailed into place. The timber wasn't just dead matter. Maybe, somehow, it remembered. I shut off the recorder and pressed my ear to the wall. There were faint sounds within, not echoes but movement, slow friction, like sap coursing through veins that shouldn't exist anymore. The more I listened, the clearer the rhythm became, syncing with my heartbeat until I couldn't tell which was mine. Outside, snow had begun to fall. The air was heavy, muffled. I packed what I could, intending to hike out before night closed in. But when I opened the door, the forest beyond looked wrong. Every tree trunk stood perfectly still, yet the snowflakes drifting between them weren't falling straight, they curved, spiraling slightly as though drawn toward the cabin. I took one step out, and the sound in the wood flared violently behind me. A deep, commanding vibration that shook the door frame. It was calling me back. I slammed the door shut, heart hammering. The rumble quieted, settling into a low, steady hum that filled the room. My equipment on the table began to vibrate in unison, the microphones, the recorder, even the metal thermos. The sound wasn't external anymore. It was inside the structure, inside me. I hit record one last time. "This is Claire Duval," I whispered. It's in the timber." The wood remembers. "It's trying to." The playback distorted mid-sentence. My own voice stretched, slowed, warped into something else. The cabin answered in rhythm, mirroring every syllable I spoke until my words and its tones fused into one long resonance. Then I heard a second voice layered beneath mine, identical but delayed. My own voice, repeating me from a few seconds ahead. Not echoing, predicting. I fell backward, knocking over the lantern. The room flashed in a burst of orange light before plunging into darkness. The recording kept rolling, its meters flickering erratically. Somewhere deep in the wall behind me came a wet, splintering crack. The timber fibers strained outward, creaking as if under pressure from the inside. The circular marks I'd seen earlier began to reappear, this time larger, forming along every surface. The wood seemed to breathe again, inhaling and exhaling in rhythm with my panic. Through the shifting sound came another message: stay. You make us whole. I stumbled toward the window, wrenching it open. Freezing air poured in. I climbed halfway out before another vibration surged up the wall, slamming the frame shut on my shoulder. Pain shot down my arm. The entire cabin groaned as if alive. I grabbed my parabolic mic and smashed the window glass. The sound that followed wasn't wind or creaking wood, it was roaring, deep and layered, like hundreds of voices shouting in frequencies too low for speech. They weren't angry. They were pleading. Don't leave the echo. I dropped to the snow outside and ran. The night forest swallowed me. My breath came out in clouds, each one catching faint sound vibrations, as if the very air trembled. Behind me, the cabin's rumble deepened until it became indistinguishable from the ground itself. I made it a few hundred yards before I realized something terrible. The sounds were following me. Every step I took, the trees around me gave small, answering groans, perfectly matching my pace. I shouted into the dark, and dozens of low replies rippled back from the trunks. When I looked behind, I could see faint pulses in the cabin's windows, light strobing from within, in time with my racing heartbeat. I kept running toward the frozen trail until the light finally vanished. By dawn, I reached a ranger station. Vince stared as I stumbled in, pale and shaking, carrying my frost-covered recorder. He asked what had happened. I told him I thought the cabin's wood was communicating. He said nothing, just sighed and pointed to the notice board near the door. Pinned there was an old black and white photo, same cabin, same shape, but the caption beneath it read "Destroyed by Fire, 1979. I stared at it, trying to process. That can't be, I said. I was just there last night. Vince frowned. That cabin's been gone for decades. You must have stayed at one of the newer research sheds farther up the ridge. But I hadn't. My GPS coordinates matched the spot in the photo exactly. Later, when I played the final recording for him, the room filled with the same deep rumble that had haunted the walls. Then, through the static, came a clear voice of mine saying words I never remembered speaking. I am still here. The file ended with a low pulse, fading slowly, like a heartbeat disappearing into wood. No one has gone back to that site since. They say the timber was cleared long ago, but sometimes, on quiet winter nights, the forest around Moosehead Lake hums faintly, just beneath the wind, as though something beneath the bark is still answering back. My name is Seth Wilder. I am a licensed bush pilot based out of Whitehorse, Yukon Territory. I've flown over endless stretches of ice, timber, and tundra for nearly 15 years, ferrying supplies, hunters, and researchers to places where even satellite coverage goes thin. You learn early on that up here, navigation is a kind of faith. The compass hums. The sky decides. You listen, or you vanish. The morning it happened was one of those false clear days, the kind that look perfect from the hangar, the kind that kills you an hour in. The weather report showed calm winds and visibility for at least 100 miles. I'd been contracted to drop off fuel drums and non-perishables to a mining camp north of Keno Hill. A routine run. I loaded my de Havilland Beaver, checked the oil, prop, and skis, and lifted off just after dawn. The Yukon air was brittle, soundless, the horizon bruised pink. For the first 40 minutes, everything looked fine. Then, somewhere above the Hess Mountains, the altimeter needle began to twitch. I noticed frost crawling like spider webs across the inside of the windshield. The temperature gauge slipped toward the red. Carburetor icing. I dropped altitude, trying to coax warmer air. No good. The engine coughed once, then twice, then went quiet. That kind of silence is like being buried alive. I set the Beaver into a glide, hands steady, looking for any flat stretch of snow or frozen lake to set her down. By some mercy, a narrow valley opened below me. There was a break in the spruce, a clearing pale with hard-crust snow. I aimed for it, flared too soon, bounced once, and skidded to a stop sideways. The landing gear bent. One ski snapped clean off. The propeller was embedded halfway into the drift. I sat there, breath fogging the glass, heart trying to escape my chest. No injuries, no blood, just that crushing quiet again, the wind brushing the fuselage like a hand. Radio was dead. I'd brought a handheld GPS and emergency beacon, but the display flickered like a bad dream, coordinates blinking and then dissolving into zeros. When I stepped outside, the world had gone pale and depthless. The cold wasn't just temperature, it was presence. The kind that presses against your eyes and makes the air shimmer. I gathered what I could, a sleeping bag, a small emergency stove, and the old .22 I kept under the seat. The Beaver wasn't safe to stay in. The wind kept growing teeth, and I needed shelter before dark. From where I stood, the terrain looked like an ocean of white and dark green. No trails, no cabins, no smoke. Still, maybe a mile off, I saw something, straight lines that didn't belong. Roof angles. I started walking. Each step was a negotiation with gravity, my boots punching through crust, the sound echoing too far. When I reached the edge of the trees, I realized what I'd seen wasn't a mirage. A cabin stood there, rough-hewn, old, half buried by snow, but intact. The roof sagged a little under the weight of frost, and the door leaned inward as if caught mid-breath. No address. No marker. No trails leading to or from it. Just there. I hesitated, hand on the latch. The metal was cold enough to burn. I pushed it open and stepped into a darkness that smelled like wood pine and long sleep. The place had one main room, table, stove, cot, and shelves lined with canned food that looked decades old. But what stopped me wasn't any of that. It was the wall opposite the door. Photographs. Dozens of them, clipped in neat rows along a string. Black and white, some faded, some glossy. All of me. Me unloading the Beaver that morning. Me checking the propeller. Me standing in front of the hangar, talking to a mechanic. Every image taken from above, from some impossible high angle, as if the photographer had been hovering in the air. I went cold all over again, a deeper kind of cold. I took one photo down. It wasn't old, my jacket still had the same fuel stains from that morning's work. The timestamp printed at the bottom read 8 hours, 13 minutes, and 42 seconds. I'd taken off at 8:15. I checked behind the photographs, behind the shelves, even under the cot. Nothing but dust and mouse droppings. No sign of another human being. No camera. No tracks outside. I lit the stove anyway, fed it some dry pine stacked by the door. The flame caught reluctantly. I needed warmth, even if it felt like trespassing. The walls crackled as the frost retreated, and I sat down, trying to slow my breathing. I kept looking at those pictures, though. My own face, caught mid-motion, oblivious. At some point, I noticed something else, a small wooden box on the table, carved with initials that looked like SW. My name. Inside were more photographs, rolled negatives, and a small, rusted compass whose needle spun lazily, never settling. Beneath them, a folded sheet of paper. The writing was almost gone, but I could still make out the words. "You won't believe yourself." That phrase burrowed deep. I reread it until the edges of the paper blurred. I must have fallen asleep sitting out. The sound that woke me wasn't wind, it was a faint hum, like distant propeller blades cutting air. I rushed outside, snow blinding under the moonlight. The valley was still empty. The hum didn't fade, it circled, as if moving around the clearing, too slow for a plane, too steady for wind. Then a flicker passed over the snow, like a shadow without a body. When I turned toward the cabin, its windows glowed faintly from within, not firelight, but something colder, almost fluorescent. I backed away, pulse hammering. The sound above grew louder, then split like two engines, or two versions of one. And then I saw it. High above the tree line, nearly transparent against the clouds, another plane hovered, not flying, not moving. Just there. The shape was unmistakable. A Beaver, same model, same color, registration number CFWXK. Mine. The longer I looked, the less it felt like distance. It wasn't high, it was overlaying. A shimmer of itself in the same place I'd landed, like a reflection caught in different air. I stumbled back into the cabin, slammed the door, and pressed my ear against the wood. The hum persisted overhead, like it was waiting. On the table, one of the photographs had fallen. When I picked it up, my hand shook. It was new, so new the ink hadn't fully dried. It showed me standing exactly where I was now, in the doorway of the cabin, holding that same photo. Outside, the hum shifted tone, descending in slow, measured intervals like something calibrating its position. That's when the light through the cracks in the door began to strobe. White, then pale blue, then white again. And over the noise, faint but clear, came a voice that sounded just like mine. "Stay inside. Don't look up." I froze. The voice repeated, lower this time. "Don't look up, Seth. You'll make it real." The hum went silent. And for the first time since landing, I wished the wind would start again. For a while, I didn't move. The silence pressed so hard it felt alive, as if the cabin itself was holding its breath with me. My reflection stared back faintly from the window, pale, jittering in the half-light. When I finally forced my hands to steady, I reached for the door latch. It was frozen shut. I tried again, harder this time, until the metal bit through my glove. It didn't budge. From outside came a single thud, dull, deliberate, like something heavy dropping onto snow. Then another. Then 2 quick steps closer to the porch. I stepped back, the floor creaking under my boots. The voice returned, muffled through the wall. "You stayed inside." "Good." It was me again. My voice, the same cadence, the same tired rasp. I wanted to speak back, ask who or what was there. But my throat closed. Instead, I listened. The next sound was metallic, a camera shutter, fast, repeating in bursts. I looked toward the window. Each flash came from outside, quick and soundless, white blue light snapping through the cracks like lightning through fabric. And every time it went off, another photograph appeared on the table. At first one, then another, then 3 at once, sliding from the air, curling slightly as they hit the wood. I picked one up. It showed me through the cabin window, just seconds ago, and still on the latch. Another showed me turning my head. The third was of me looking directly into the camera, though I hadn't. I dropped them all. The air began to pulse with that low hum again, softer this time, as if circling above but never leaving. I moved toward the stove, grabbed the compass from the table. The needle still spun, only now it jerked rhythmically, in sync with the sound overhead. Each pulse made it twitchy east. Whatever it was, it wanted me to move. Against every instinct I had, I went to the back of the cabin and shoved the small window open. The cold hit like a wave, burning my lungs. I crawled through, landed knee-deep in snow, and looked up. The sky was cloudless now, too clear. And there it was, the plane again. My Beaver. Same serial number, same bent ski from the landing. Only now it was upside down, suspended above the treetops, its propeller slowly turning even though there was no wind. Something was inside the cockpit. I couldn't see its face clearly, but the shape of its shoulders, the curve of the headset cable, it was me. It was sitting completely still, head tilted toward me like it knew I was there. I don't know how long I stood staring. The cold didn't feel like cold anymore. Just static, like the air was humming through my blood. When I blinked, the plane flickered slightly, as if reality couldn't decide whether it was really there. The voice came again, from everywhere at once. "You weren't supposed to land." I started backing away, step by step, the compass jerking harder toward the east. My eyes followed the direction. It led up a narrow cut between the trees, a faint trail lit by moonlight. I ran. Branches tore at my jacket, my breath came out in knives, but I didn't look back until I heard the mechanical click again. The shutter. I turned. Something moved between the trees behind me, glints of glass, small as eyes, tracking my path. Dozens of tiny lenses, floating where air should be. Each one winked out the moment I noticed it, replaced by another further along. I don't know how long I ran. The trees gave way to an open rise, and below it, a frozen river cutting silver through the dark. On the far side stood another cabin, smaller, collapsed in on itself. I crossed the ice, boots slipping on the smooth crust, and forced the door open. Inside smelled like burnt wiring and diesel. There were more photographs here, but they were all black. Every one. Not blank, just pure black, as though light itself had refused to touch them. On the far wall hung a single map of the valley. Someone had drawn a looping path across it in red ink that circled the same spot 5 times before stopping in a handwritten note. Landing zone unstable. Time mirrors. The words looked old, scrawled in pencil faded to gray. Beneath it was another note in fresher handwriting, shakier. Do not answer your own voice. I backed away. Through the cracks in the wall, I could still see the reflection of the hovering plane, flickering like heat mirage. And then, without warning, it started descending. Slow at first, then faster. The ice outside groaned. I stumbled out just as the shade began to ripple. When it touched down on the frozen river, the surface didn't crack, the reflection simply sank through it, vanishing like ink underwater. The compass stopped spinning. For the first time since I crashed, the air went still. Completely still. I didn't know if that meant it was over or if I'd finally crossed whatever border I'd been skimming. I looked back toward the first cabin. The window glowed faintly again, though I hadn't lit the stove. I forced myself to walk there. My footprints looked doubled in the snow, like someone else had been pacing beside me, matching stride for stride. When I reached the porch, I saw a photograph nailed to the door, new, edges still wet. It showed me standing in that second cabin, looking out the window toward here. Inside, everything was different. No photos on the wall. No stove. No box with my initials. Just an open space with the smell of cold metal and a faint buzz of electricity. In the center of the floor lay my camera, the one I kept in the Beaver's cargo kit. The screen glowed faintly. I picked it up. There were exactly 12 new files, each timestamped between 8:16 and 8:25 that morning. The first showed my plane mid-flight, seen from above. The last showed me walking toward this cabin through the snow. Then the screen went black. I sat down on the bare floor. The hum returned one last time, distant now, receding over the ridge until it was gone. I thought maybe rescue planes were coming. Maybe I'd been found. But when dawn came, there were no tracks, no wreck, no signal. Just my own prints looping back toward the same clearing, fading into themselves. Somewhere above, faint and tinny, a shutter clicked again. I didn't look up. My name is Harper Quinn, and I'm a freelance journalist. Most of my work involves writing human interest pieces for small New England magazines, retired lighthouse keepers, local ghost tours, forgotten logging towns. The kind of quiet, overlooked stories that fill the empty pages between advertisements. Last month, an editor friend told me about a derelict cabin on the northern edge of Franconia Notch, rumored to have belonged to a 19th century poet named Elias Hartwell. His last published work was titled Hollow Eves, a book of melancholy verses about voices in the wind. The title alone was enough to hook me. I drove up to the site on a Friday afternoon in early November. The sky hung low and colorless over the white mountains, and the forest was stripped bare, the birches like bones against the slope. I had arranged to stay the night in the cabin to gather atmosphere for the article. The Park Service gave me a skeleton key, warning that the place wasn't on any official trail map and hadn't been restored. "You'll hear the wind," the ranger said, as if that was warning enough. The cabin was smaller than I expected, one room, wood stove rusted through, half-collapsed porch. When I opened the door, a dull hush fell over the clearing. It was that strange quiet that happens before snowfall, when every sound feels like it's waiting for something else. I stepped inside, breathing in the smell of cedar rot and dust. My boots left damp prints across the warped floorboards. I started unpacking my recorder, notebook, and small camping lantern. I remember noticing how the light flickered oddly, the shadows breathing in and out as if the air itself were moving. But that was just drafts, I told myself. There were gaps wide enough between the logs to see daylight, and the roofline sagged where water had warped the joists. It made sense that air would snake through the cracks. By dusk, the wind had picked up. It came down from the ridge like a low hum, sifting through the chimney and whistling through the warped seams of the cabin. I rode for a while by lantern light, half listening to the wind's rise and fall. It sounded like it was breathing through teeth. Then the wind stopped, and I heard my name. Not spoken clearly, but whispered. A drawn, brittle Harper. It came from the walls themselves, soft and hollow, like breath sliding through a reed flute. I froze, pen hovering above the page. For a few seconds, I told myself it was just the wood settling or air escaping a scene. Then it said it again. Harper. I stood up too quickly and knocked over the lantern. Its light swung, throwing the cabin into a quick reel of moving shadows. I turned toward the nearest wall, the one with a gap running along the baseboard. Kneeling, I pressed my ear against it. The wood felt cold, vibrating faintly. There was no wind. Not a breath outside. I stayed that way for maybe half a minute, holding my breath until I realized how absurd I must look. Of course it was the draft. Every old cabin does that, air slipping through, hitting uneven edges, making strange harmonics. I even laughed out loud, though it came out sharper than I meant. Still, I couldn't shake the sound. The whisper wasn't just noise. It had rhythm, cadence. The consonants were right. My name isn't common, and hearing it echo that precisely was enough to dig under my skin. I sealed the cracks after dinner. I had a can of insulating foam in my car, brought for practicality, not paranoia. I filled every visible gap, baseboards, window frames, seams along the door. When I finished, the cabin felt tighter, smaller somehow. The air stopped moving entirely. For the first time that evening, it was silent. I sat on my sleeping bag, scribbling notes by the weak beam of my headlamp. I wrote down phrases, whispers like wind through hollow eaves, thinking I could tie the title of Hartwell's poetry to the experience. Maybe that was the point of his obsession, the woods echoing human loneliness, the wind repeating what we most want to hear. That thought was still comforting when I turned off the light. I lay there, listening to the silence. No wind, no creaks. Just still air pressing on the cabin. I must have drifted towards sleep because the first whisper came like something inside a dream. Harper. My eyes snapped open. The darkness pressed close, total. The whisper came again, slower this time, from the same wall I'd sealed. I turned on the headlamp. Foam filled the cracks, dry and solid. No gaps. Nothing that could move. I stood up, scanned every corner. My recorder on the table blinked red, still running. I rewound 10 seconds and hit play. At first, just static. Then a faint, breathy voice whispered my name. But over it, layered faintly, was something else. Words I couldn't quite catch, like another language underneath the sound. I replayed it several times, trying to isolate the second voice. It didn't match any recognizable pattern, just slow syllables, almost sung. Then something else hit me. The whisper on the recording came a split second before the one I heard. It wasn't echoing me. It was leading. The cold that rolled through me wasn't from fear at first. It was that deep, cellular chill that comes when something simply doesn't make sense. I replayed it again, comparing the timing. Each time, the recorded whisper spoke just before I remembered hearing it. I told myself maybe the recorder lagged, maybe some artifact of playback was shifting the sound. I didn't want to consider the alternative, that something in this cabin wasn't reacting to me at all. It was calling me, and I was responding without realizing. I left the recorder running, too tired to keep obsessing. I wrapped myself in my sleeping bag, headlamp still on, eyes fixed on the sealed wall. It whispered again at 1:17 a.m. This time, it didn't use my name. The word was longer, rasping, almost like a question. I couldn't repeat it. I didn't know how. The whisper came again, closer, behind the wall but pressing outward, like the logs themselves were breathing. I could hear faint scraping, as if fingernails brushed the inside of the wood. I crawled backward toward the opposite corner, clutching the headlamp, watching the wall pulse with tiny motes of dust. The whisper came one final time right at my ear, though I hadn't moved closer. I shut off the recorder and stayed awake till dawn. By morning, the foam I'd used to seal the cracks was pushed outward in several places, as if something had been pressing from inside the walls. And faintly, etched along the wood grain, was a line of words barely visible but carved neat enough to read. He listened too. The words were shallow but clean, carved along the grain in a straight line like someone had traced them with a careful hand. He listened too. I rubbed my thumb across the letters, half expecting the wood to splinter, but it was smooth. Fresh. I could still see tiny curls of sawdust clinging to the grooves. The light outside had that washed-out look of early morning, the kind that makes everything appear both new and ancient at once. I made coffee on a camp stove, pretending not to keep glancing toward the wall. The air felt heavier now, as though sealing the cracks had trapped something inside with me. When I finally checked the recorder, the file was nearly 2 hours long. I scrolled through, heart tight. At first, it was only static again, soft and irregular, like wind over dry grass. Then, around the 1:15 mark, came that whispering voice. My name, slow, deliberate. Then a second, layered voice. A man's voice this time. It wasn't reading poetry. It was reciting something else. I replayed it again, slowing the speed. The pattern was unmistakable, stressed syllables, rhythm, short pauses. Verse. I pulled out my research notes, the scanned pages from Hollow Eves. Line by line, the recording matched one of Hartwell's poems almost perfectly. Except the final word wasn't the same. Where the printed poem ended with "The wind forgets my name," the voice on the tape whispered, "The walls remember yours." I stopped the playback. The air around me felt dense, like the space itself was waiting. I stepped outside for the first time since dusk. The forest was motionless. Frost glittered along the dead grass. My car sat at the end of the overgrown path, thin sheet of ice on its windshield. The nearest town was 15 miles away, and I was suddenly aware of that distance in my bones. I thought about leaving right then. I could have locked the cabin, written some ambiguous piece about the haunting beauty of decay, called it good. But there was a tug in me, a journalist's sickness, maybe. The whisper wasn't random. It knew my name, yes, but it also knew Hartwell's words. And that meant there was a story buried somewhere between them. I went back inside. The cabin had cooled quickly, breath puffing white in the air. I sat at the small table and started leafing through my notes. Hartwell's final days were vague. Some sources said he died of fever in the cabin, others that he vanished during a storm. No body was ever found. A ranger in 1904 reported the cabin abandoned but inhabited by a curious stillness. That phrase stuck with me. I played the recording again, this time letting it run past the poem. At 1:42 a.m., there was a faint knock. Not from outside, too close, too resonant. Then a long dragging sound, like something shifting inside the wall. And after that, a single exhale. Not wind. Human breath. That's when the floor creaked. It came from the corner near the stove. I turned, pulse slamming. For a moment, nothing. Then, as my eyes adjusted, I saw dust falling in slow threads from the seam where the ceiling met the wall. It trailed down like smoke. I approached carefully. The sound repeated, soft, deliberate. I pressed my hand to the wall, and this time it wasn't cold. It pulsed faintly, warm in irregular beats, like blood beneath skin. I pulled back fast. My headlamp caught movement, tiny splinters pushing outward, then retracting again. The wood flexed as if breathing. I grabbed my bag, stuffed the recorder inside, and reached for the door. It wouldn't open. The handle turned, but the latch felt fused. I kicked it once, twice. Nothing. Though it only absorbed the impact with a dull thud. Then the whisper came again, closer than ever. Harper. I spun around. It wasn't coming from the wall this time, it was everywhere, swelling from the seams, from the roof beams, from the very air. Layers of voices overlapping. My name, then fragments of Hartwell's verses, then something lower, barely human. The boards beneath my feet trembled like a chest taking a breath. The lantern flickered. Its light stretched the shadows across the floor until they met at the center of the cabin. Something dark bled upward there, a faint outline, shoulders, the slope of a head. The air shimmered like heat above it. It whispered again, voice cracking like dry timber. He listened too. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over the chair. "Who are you?" I blurted before realizing I was asking a wall. The shadow moved. It rose, unfolding slowly until it filled half the room. The form was drawn too thin, as if the shape of a man had been pressed flat and glued between the planks. Through the distortion, I saw faint lines, words written backward, burned into its surface. Then the voice shifted, no longer whispering. It was the sound of wood splitting, slow and wet. "Write it down," it said. I grabbed my notebook, my hand shaking so hard the pen tore the paper. "What do you want?" The wall heaved again. "Remember me." The air snapped cold. My lantern went out. For one heartbeat, there was total dark. Then nothing. When I woke, sunlight was spilling through the door, which now hung open. My notebook lay on the table, pages covered in handwriting that wasn't mine. I scanned the lines, fragmented poetry, half phrases, and between them, the same message again and again. He listened too. I left before noon, barely remembering to take the recorder. The trail back to the car felt longer, as if the forest had stretched overnight. Every gust of wind carried a faint murmur that followed me until I reached the road. Back home, I tried to play the file on my computer. The audio was blank, completely silent. But when I boosted the waveform in editing software, faint patterns appeared, repeating peaks, rhythmic spacing, almost like a coded sequence. When I converted those peaks to spectrogram form, letters emerged. My name, over and over, filling the entire screen. I didn't write the article. I told my editor the story wasn't worth pursuing, too thin, too personal. She didn't push. But I still keep the recorder on my desk, powered off, just in case. Because sometimes, when the night wind dies and the house goes still, I swear I hear it again faintly, through the ceiling beams. My name, whispered with the same brittle breath from Franconia Notch. And beneath it, a second voice, quieter, almost tender, repeating the final line of Hartwell's lost poem. The wind forgets, but the walls remember. My name is Victor Rowe. I'm a field solar technician contracted by the Bureau of Land Management. For the last 7 months, I've been stationed near the Colorado Plateau, maintaining and calibrating autonomous solar arrays scattered across the red desert ridges. My cabin, really just a prefab shelter wired for off-grid monitoring, sits alone at the edge of a sandstone canyon called Willow Verge. The nearest human neighbor is over 40 miles away. I took this job because I like the quiet. The long hours, the white skies, the mechanical hum of inverters that never sleep. Nights out here are perfect, clear, dry, almost soundless. You can hear the smallest things, wind brushing the needles of the pinions, a coyote stepping through grit, the faint ring of heat leaving the rocks. The motion lights I installed around the property were just a formality for LED poles that ring the cabin in a 20-meter radius. They're powered by their own panel and sensor system. Nothing fancy. When they pick up movement, they blink white for a few seconds and reset. Until last week, they always behaved exactly as they should. It started late, somewhere around 1:20 a.m. I had been calibrating data logs from a new array site when I saw it through the window. One of the motion lights east side, near the line of junipers, blinked green. A deep, bright emerald color, not the cool white it should have been. It stayed that way for 3, maybe 4 seconds, then cut out. At first I thought I was overtired. Maybe a firmware bug or color spectrum glitch. But I checked the diagnostics on the console, no alerts, no faults. Everything was reading normal. The cameras didn't trigger either, which was stranger. The sensors were linked. I stepped outside to check the hardware. The desert was quiet in that way that presses against your ears, full of invisible weight. I swept my flashlight across the perimeter, half expecting to catch the flash of animal eyes. Nothing. Just wind and the smell of metal cooling. I tapped the pole casing, looked for moisture, loose wires, insects nesting in the sensor gap. Everything looked fine. By the time I went back inside, the incident had started gnawing at me. The system wasn't designed to emit green light. That hue wasn't even in the diode spectrum. It wasn't physically possible without new components. I tried to reason with myself. Heat stress, a bad capacitor, desert hallucination. But I couldn't shake the image of that unnatural glow flooding through the trees. The next morning, I checked the recorded feeds. The east camera had caught something, though the footage was corrupted at the exact moment the light turned green. Just before it froze, I saw a figure standing in the beam. Not an animal. Not a man, either, not the way a man should look. The frame was blurred, distorted, like the lens had fogged or something had interfered with the infrared pattern. Still, there was height to it, well over 7 feet, narrow, and straight as the pole it stood beside. Its surface didn't catch light, it absorbed it, the way sand does under moonlight. I could make out no limbs, no features, only shape, and the unmistakable posture of something aware it was being seen. Then the light snapped off, and the feed went black. I didn't move for a while. My heart hammered against my ribs, but my mind fought to stay rational. Maybe it was artifacting, compression blur, a glitch in the metadata. But the green color still didn't make sense. It wasn't digital distortion. It was real light, visible from my window. By noon, I convinced myself to drive out to the sensor post. I brought the maintenance tablet, a voltmeter, and my camera. The ground there was a mix of powdery red dust and crusted salt from last month's rains. I crouched by the pole, checked the circuits, the panels, the battery casing. No faults. No melted plastic. Voltage stable. Then I noticed the ground. 2 faint impressions in the soil, spaced far apart, too far for a man's stride. Each print was shallow, like something had pressed down lightly, not walked but rested briefly. The soil around the indentations was dry and fine, yet the prints were darker, slightly moist, as though something had condensed there. I touched the edge of one, rubbed the grit between my fingers. Cold. I pulled my hand back fast. I should have left it at that. Logged the malfunction, replaced the unit, written it off. But I couldn't let it go. That evening, just before sunset, I reprogrammed the motion system to auto-loop on detection, feeding straight into my laptop instead of the network hub. If something tripped it again, I'd see it in real time. I sat by the window with the laptop open, sipping coffee that went cold without me noticing. The desert faded into that strange blue hour where everything looks alive for a second, the stones, the trees, even the wind. Then night fell like it always does here, suddenly, without warning, as though the sun just cut the switch. For a long time, nothing happened. Then the east light blinked. Green. Again. I held my breath and watched through the window. The glow spread through the trees, but it didn't look like light from a bulb. It moved soft and pulsing, like fog catching breath. Then the beam bent. The light shouldn't do that, it's a fixed emitter. But I saw the green arc upward and across, stretching toward the ridge. The junipers shivered, though there was no wind. The glow lingered on their bark, outlining shapes that shouldn't exist, thin, angular silhouettes, like something hidden behind them had taken a step closer. The motion feed popped open on my screen. Static burst across the display, then cleared just long enough for a shape to flicker into frame, tall, spindly, standing half in the light and half outside it. Its outline trembled like it wasn't fully here. Then the light cut. And in that exact instant, I heard it. A sound behind the cabin, dry branches snapping one by one. Slow, deliberate. I killed the monitor, grabbed the flashlight, and pointed it toward the back door. My pulse drowned everything out. The door's glass panel reflected only me until something moved just beyond the edge of the beam. A flash of green light. Soft, like it came from inside the trees. I stepped closer to the door. The reflection in the glass didn't move with me. It stayed perfectly still. And then it blinked. I stumbled back from the door so fast the chair tipped over behind me. My reflection, had blinked, but I hadn't. The green afterglow still shimmered faintly in the window, fading like something had stepped away from the glass. I didn't open the door. Not then. I turned off every indoor light and waited, standing in the dark with my back against the wall. The night outside was silent again, but not naturally so. It felt like sound had been muted and cut out of the air entirely. The motion lights didn't trigger again, not once. I sat there for hours watching their faint pulse in the distance, waiting for the color to come back. Around 4 a.m., the eastern light flickered once white, normal, then off. The kind of blink you'd miss if you weren't watching for it. When dawn finally hit the canyon, I went out. I needed proof of something tangible, footprints, burn marks, anything. The desert light was harsh and clean, stripping away the dreamlike quality of the night before. But out by the trees, the ground looked different. The 2 earlier prints were still there, but now there were more 4, maybe 5, overlapping in a shallow arc that led halfway toward the ridge. The spacing made no sense. The steps weren't evenly set, like whatever had left them didn't understand how walking worked. Some impressions had that same faint moisture, glistening under the rising sun before it vanished in the heat. I spent the morning running diagnostics again, line by line, firmware by firmware. Still no errors. The light hadn't malfunctioned, it had been overridden. The panel's log showed a power surge right before midnight. A command input, one that didn't come from my console or the remote network. Just a blank entry, source unknown. The rational part of me wanted to treat this as electromagnetic interference. Solar panels in storm conditions can discharge odd spikes, even ghost code. Except it hadn't rained in weeks. And that color, that precise green, kept replaying in my head. It wasn't LED light. It felt older. Organic, somehow. Around noon, I packed my gear to check the ridge directly. If something was up there reflecting light or sending pulses, some old mining tech, a meteorological station, I'd find it. I climbed the sandstone ledges, following the faint pattern of the prints. They disappeared before I reached the top, swallowed by the dry rock. The ridge overlooked miles of canyon, a maze of red spires and deep blue shadows. Nothing moved out there. No wildlife, no wind. It was like standing inside a painting. Then I noticed something near the far base of the slope, a reflection, faint but definite, glinting from a gap between the rocks. I slid down to it. The gap wasn't natural. A rough cleft, narrow as a person's shoulders, leading into a shallow hollow beneath the ridge. The inside walls had markings, thin carved lines, parallel like tree roots. They caught the light strangely, as though they'd been polished from within. And in the center of the hollow stood a solar pole. My pole. It was identical to the ones I'd installed, but the serial tag was missing, and its surface had oxidized, as if it had been out here for years. Wires coiled into the rock. The diode dome was cracked open. Inside, the emitter glowed faintly green, pulsing once every few seconds like a slow heartbeat. I backed out, keeping my flashlight trained on it, recording everything. My equipment wasn't anywhere near this site. There was no path here, no reason for a duplicate unit. The Bureau didn't build extras. When I reached the cabin again, the network logs were already updating. The system had registered 5 active motion units on the local grid. I only had 4. The 5th ID read East Ridge REF-01. Location active. I pulled the power to the entire system immediately, battery disconnect, breaker cut. The lights flicked out one by one. For the first time in months, the cabin was completely dark after sunset. I thought that would make me feel safer. It didn't. Because at exactly 1:19 a.m., the power came back on by itself. The laptop booted. The network reconnected. And the east light blinked green. I didn't move. The glow seeped through the window and painted the walls an eerie jade. I could see my shadow moving on the far wall, trembling slightly. Except I wasn't moving. Then the feed opened on its own. The camera displayed my cabin from the outside. The image was shaking, handheld, as if someone was circling the structure. I could see my own window lit green, my silhouette framed inside. But what froze me was what stood behind that silhouette. Tall, straight, head tilted just enough to suggest curiosity. Its outline flickered between shapes, like static trying to choose what it wanted to be. I didn't look behind me. I couldn't. I only watched the feed as that shape lifted its head toward the camera. The moment it did, the green light flooded the entire frame, and every screen in the cabin shut off. The next thing I remember was silence again. Real, total silence. I sat there gripping the flashlight until my hand cramped. Hours passed before I dared to move. When I finally did, I turned every device off, ripped the drives out, and sealed the laptop in a metal case. By sunrise, the logs were gone. The system had wiped itself clean. Only one message remained on the diagnostic console, timestamped at 1:21 a.m., a single line that wasn't mine. Source confirmed. Light returned. That was 2 nights ago. I haven't slept since. I've stayed awake through both dawns, waiting to see if it would come back. Yesterday, a helicopter passed overhead, part of a survey run from Moab, but I didn't signal them. I don't want anyone else coming near this place. I thought about leaving. The truck still runs, and the canyon road is clear. But when I started packing, I noticed something out the back window. All 4 of my remaining motion lights, west, north, south, and east, were glowing softly in the daylight. Not white. Not even green. Just faintly pulsing, like they were breathing together. I stepped out, meaning to disconnect them again, but the air around the cabin shimmered with that same low hum I heard through the camera feed. The panels were vibrating, like something beneath them was charging, rising. Then, from deep inside the trees, a faint flash. Green. And this time, it didn't fade. It spread through the branches, the soil, the poles, until the whole canyon floor glowed from within. My equipment monitors inside the cabin turned on by themselves, filling the screen with code that scrolled too fast to read. Only one line repeated clearly every few seconds. Replication complete. I don't know what it's replicating. The poles, the light, maybe all of it. The reflection in the window hasn't moved since last night. It stands there even when I'm not in front of the glass. The light outside is growing brighter now, reaching up through the trees like dawn from the wrong direction. I think it wants to finish something. If anyone finds this log, don't approach the ridge east of Willow Birch. Don't touch the panels. Don't follow the light if it turns green. It isn't showing you the way. It's marking where you'll stand next. My name is Elise Moran. I work as a field cinematographer for an independent wildlife production team based out of Sandpoint, Idaho. Most of my work happens deep in the Selkirk Mountains, long days spent alone, cataloging footage of elk herds, raptors, and whatever else wanders through the ridges between Priest Lake and the Canadian border. I've spent enough nights up here to know how silence can feel heavy, almost watchful. But what happened last winter wasn't just the quiet getting to me. Something was there, and it wanted to be seen. That afternoon started like any other field day. I had my drone, an old Phantom 4 with a modified 4K lens, set to map a stretch of forest that had been recovering from a controlled burn 2 years earlier. Snow still clung to the higher slopes, and the air had that sharp, metallic cold that carries sound strangely far. I launched the drone from a small clearing about half a mile from my cabin, watching it climb through the thin blue haze above the ridge. The feed on my tablet was crisp, sunlight flashing off the lens, treetops trembling in the wind, the faint gray outline of the ridge crest in the distance. Then, out of nowhere, the signal stuttered. It didn't drop outright, just flickered, as though something huge passed between the drone and the sun. For a second, I saw a shadow sweep over the tree line on my live feed, fast and sinuous, like a ripple through smoke. Then static. I waited. Adjusted the antenna. Tried to reconnect. Nothing. By the time I packed up, the sky had turned the color of dull metal, clouds pooling low over the ridge. Losing a drone isn't unusual, not in the backcountry. But this time, it felt different. The last coordinates it sent were just a few hundred meters beyond where the tree line thins into open snowfields. I marked them on my GPS, planning to hike up the next morning. The hike back to the cabin was long and dim. The sun had dropped behind the ridge, and the woods had gone still. I kept thinking about that shadow, how it moved too fast, too close to the camera. I told myself it was a raven, maybe a hawk passing near the lens. That's all. By nightfall, snow started again. I stoked the wood stove, checked my gear, and set my tablet to charge. My cabin sits on a slope overlooking a narrow frozen creek. There's nothing else for miles, no other structures, no roads except the Forest Service track buried under snow. I liked it that way. Isolation makes the work cleaner, steadier. Around 10 p.m., while I was labeling old footage, my tablet buzzed once. The screen lit up, showing a live feed I didn't recognize. For a second, I thought I'd opened one of the test files from earlier. But the timestamp at the corner read live 22 hours, 3 minutes, and 17 seconds. The image was grainy, gray-black, moving slightly as though filmed by something airborne. It was my drone. The angle was low, skimming along the snow just outside my cabin. The feed was jittery, skipping every few seconds, but the video clearly showed my own porch steps. My snow boots sat by the door exactly where I'd left them. I froze, watching the feed drift sideways, panning toward the window. The glass reflected faint light from inside the cabin, my lamp, my shadow, my own outline sitting at the table. Then the screen blinked to static. I shut the tablet and just sat there, listening. The wood in the stove cracked. Wind rasped along the siding. For a moment, I wondered if the connection was ghosted, some cache data upload lagging from earlier. I reopened the tablet. Nothing. Just no signal. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I turned off the lamp, stood quietly by the wall, and peeked through the curtain. Snow was falling thick now, swallowing the forest into a white blur. No movement. No red drone light. I waited there, breathing shallow. Then, faintly, I heard it, a small mechanical hum, just above the wind. The sound was distinct, rotor blades whirring, hesitating, shifting position. I stepped back. The drone was out there. I didn't see it, but the sound moved, rising, circling, then pausing right near the window. It hovered there for several seconds before fading slowly toward the tree line. My hands were shaking. I put on my jacket, boots, and grabbed a flashlight. Against every rational instinct, I opened the door. The snow outside was untouched except for my earlier footprints from the woodpile. I swept the beam toward the trees, nothing. Just the soft, falling light and my own breath in the cold. Then, I caught a flicker of red. Far up beyond the creek, through the thin pines, a small blinking light pulsed once. Twice. Then went dark. I waited there longer than I should have, trying to convince myself it was some reflected signal, some technical malfunction. When I finally went back inside, I bolted the door and killed the lights. The tablet stayed black. I sat there for hours, listening to the faint ticking of snow against the windows. At some point near midnight, exhaustion finally pulled me into shallow sleep. The next thing I remember was the sound of static. It wasn't loud, but it was close. A low, buzzing hiss that made the air feel charged. I opened my eyes and realized it was coming from the corner desk. The tablet screen glowed again. This time, the feed showed a fixed shot of the cabin exterior, my window glowing faintly in the dark. I should have turned it off right then, but I didn't. I kept watching because something in the frame moved. At first, it was just the trees bending under snow. Then, in the lower edge of the frame, a pale shape drifted into view. It looked like fabric, maybe a sleeve, maybe part of a coat just brushing the corner of the camera's vision. The motion was deliberate, slow, like someone knew exactly where the lens was. The shape lingered for a moment, then withdrew. The feed flickered again. For one brief second, the perspective shifted. The camera rose slightly, angling upward toward the window, toward me. And then the feed cut to black. I didn't sleep again. I stayed up until the first faint gray light crept through the window. The forest outside was buried in fog and fresh snow, the kind that erases everything. When I finally stepped out, the air was dead still. I scanned the trees, the creek, the slope beyond the ridge. No drone, no tracks, no sound. But when I circled around to the back of the cabin, I saw something half buried beneath the snowdrift near the porch, a small rotor blade, cracked clean down the center. It was mine. One of 4. The rest of the drone was gone. And though I told myself the feed must have been some corrupted data, some glitch of lag transmissions and replay caches, when I powered on the controller again, the display didn't show static this time. It showed one line of text. Return signal connected. Then the battery died. I didn't touch the controller for the rest of that morning. I just sat by the stove, staring at the frost collecting on the corners of the window, waiting for the daylight to feel normal again. But it didn't. The air outside had that flat, electric stillness, the kind that makes even birds stay quiet. By noon, I decided to hike toward the ridge and recover whatever was left of the drone. I told myself it was for the data card, the last footage might help explain what happened. But that wasn't the truth. I just needed to know where that signal had really come from. The snow was knee-deep past the creek. My GPS still had the last ping from yesterday, 48.964 degrees north, minus 116.933 degrees west, a spot about half a mile up the western slope. The closer I got, the more the silence pressed in, dense enough that my own breath sounded loud. I expected to see some signed broken branches, impact marks, but the forest was undisturbed. When I reached the coordinates, the snow there looked smooth, freshly drifted. No crash site, no wreckage. I was kneeling to check my bearings when a sound crackled faintly from my pocket. The controller had turned itself on. Its tiny screen flickered to life, showing the same message as before, return signal connected. I hadn't touched the power button. Then, after a few seconds, a feed appeared grainy and warped, like it was running through interference. The first image was of trees, then snow, then a long slow tilt downward to what looked like a handprint pressed deep into the white. Not mine. The camera drifted sideways, catching glimpses of forest under heavy shadow. Then the feed stuttered and locked on something else, something that made my stomach twist. It was the cabin. My cabin. From the angle, the drone was moving just behind it, sliding low to the ground, almost level with the windows. But this wasn't live. It couldn't be. I was a half-mile away. I turned in place, scanning the tree line, heart hammering so hard it made the strap of my pack tremble. Nothing moved. The feed continued, jerking forward. The image was darker now, edges fraying with static. Then the camera turned sharply toward the window, and there I was inside the cabin, leaning over my desk, exactly as I had been last night when the signal first came through. The timestamp at the top read live 22 hours, 3 minutes, and 21 seconds. The same second. I dropped the controller into the snow and backed away. Every rational part of me screamed that this was cached data, not possible otherwise. But that logic dissolved fast when the controller crackled again and the feed shifted to a new shot, one I hadn't seen before. This time, the camera faced the forest from a higher vantage, as though the drone was hovering above the trees. The view was steady, deliberate. And right at the center of the frame, near a clearing below, stood something. It wasn't human. At first I thought it was a stump, tall and narrow. But the longer I stared, the clearer its shape became a thin figure, almost colorless against the snow, standing perfectly still. The head was tilted slightly upward, as if it was looking straight into the camera. And then, slowly, it raised one arm. The signal warped, the static turning sharp, almost like a hiss. I stepped back again, clutching my pack straps so tight my fingers hurt. The figure didn't move closer, didn't vanish. It just kept that arm raised, frozen in place. I killed the power and ran. By the time I reached the cabin again, the sky had darkened to that low, bruised gray of another coming snowstorm. My boots left deep prints in the drifted snow, and as I came up the porch steps, I noticed something else. The front door was open. Just a few inches, but open. Inside, the air was colder than it should have been. My equipment case lay half unzipped, camera gear still inside. Nothing stolen, nothing broken. Only the curtain by the window was slightly drawn aside, like someone had been looking out. I shut the door, bolted it, and stood there listening. The stove had burned down to coals. Somewhere in the distance, faint and irregular, came that same mechanical hum. I knew the sound now. The drone was flying again. I grabbed the tablet, half out of reflex. It had powered on by itself, the screen showing the live feed before I even touched it. My breath caught. The angle was from above, looking down through the trees. My cabin's roof filled the center of the frame. The red glow from the chimney shimmered faintly in the snow. The timestamp read live 16 hours 47 minutes and 9 seconds. It was now. The camera panned slowly, sweeping over the clearing, the frozen creek, the dark woods. Then it stopped. Something stood just at the edge of the frame, half shadowed by trees. Too tall. Too still. The same outline from before. The drone adjusted its position slightly, as if pulled toward it, the motors whirring faintly through the feed. And then, from somewhere outside, I heard it for real. The same whine, close this time, just above the cabin. I ran to the window and yanked the curtain aside. Snow spun through the dimming air, catching what little light was left. The drone was there, hovering maybe 10 feet up, its camera pointed directly at me. The red light blinked slow, steady. I stepped back. The feed on the tablet flickered, matching the exact moment I moved. Then the image zoomed in, the camera focusing on my face through the glass. That's when I saw the reflection behind me. Someone was standing in the doorway. I turned fast, but the space was empty. Just the cold, the crackle of the fire, my heart pounding loud enough to swallow sound. The tablet fell from my hands and hit the floor. The feed didn't stop, it just swung wildly, showing flashes of ceiling, floorboards, firelight. Then it steadied again. The drone was inside the cabin. I didn't see it enter. There was no sound of the door, no gust of air, no motion. It just appeared on the feed, hovering in the far corner, camera tilting slowly left and right. The red light cast a faint glow over the wall. I grabbed the fire poker from beside the stove and stepped forward, every instinct screaming to destroy it. But as I moved, the drone's camera shifted, following my movement with impossible smoothness. I stopped. The feed on the tablet began to glitch, double exposure, overlapping frames. My own face, over and over, from slightly different angles. Then, suddenly, the drone turned toward the window again. There was something outside now. A pale face, pressed against the glass. Expressionless. The same height as me. The drone's light reflected in its eyes, making them gleam red. I swung the poker. Metal struck plastic, sparks and fragments scattering across the floor. The drone crashed, still humming weakly. I stomped it until the light went dark. Silence. I stood there shaking, staring at the broken mess on the floor, waiting for something, anything to happen next. But the forest outside stayed still. When the storm finally passed that night, I packed what I could and hiked down toward the nearest ranger outpost. It took me until morning to reach the main trail. 2 days later, one of the rangers, a man named Heller, went back up to check the cabin. When he returned, he told me they found the wreckage of a drone about 50 yards behind the building. He said the camera was still intact. When they played the footage back, the last recorded clip showed me standing at the window, staring out into the snow. Behind me, the door was wide open. And just before the video cut to static, a voice whispered through the feed, flat, mechanical, impossible to mistake. Return signal complete.